Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome for another exciting night of El Dorado Bronco baseball. Tonight, the Broncos taking on the Derby Twins. Kurt Caden here along with Avery Olsen, and we get ready for a league game here, Broncos and Twins. Let's get you the batting order for the Derby Twins. They'll lead off with Jared Flax, the right fielder. Batting second, shortstop Tanner Kirk. Third is the center fielder Tyler Eager. Batting fourth, left fielder Dylan Dillard. Fifth is Chase Rader, the third baseman. Juan Rivera will bat sixth and play second. Ross Grosvenor, the DH, seventh. Colin Neville at first base bats eighth. Austin Orth, the catcher, bats ninth. And on the hill tonight for Derby is Nick Sagendorf.
For the El Dorado Broncos, starting in left field, Dylan Muka. Moving over to center field, Sam Lane, followed by Michael Muka in right. Third base, Max Hogan. Shortstop, Morgan Oliver. At second base, Levi Parker, and at first base is Wade Stramp. Catching the ball tonight for the Broncos is Cameron Knight, and he'll be catching the ball from Garrett Bowman, the starting pitcher for the Broncos.
And Bowman comes into this game. He's been pretty good on the hill. 13 innings pitched. He's got a 2.63 ERA. He's allowed 18 hits and 5 runs. And this is his 5th appearance. 4 walks, 7 strikeouts. Not a big strikeout guy. He will be around the plate, and he'll force the action. Beautiful Sunday night, nice and hot. The heat is settled in here into south central Kansas. Tomorrow night's going to be hot, and we've been reporting for quite a while, Avery, that the Broncos would be on the road on Tuesday and Thursday, but we just found out that actually there's a mistake on the schedule that I've had here in front of me. And El Dorado, home tonight against Derby, home tomorrow night against Wellington, and then Derby comes back here on Tuesday, and then El Dorado goes to Derby on Thursday. So the Broncos and the Twins going to know each other pretty well. They played Thursday, July 3rd. They'll play tonight. They'll play the 8th and the 10th. 4 games in a week, and so you would think they would know each other pretty well. They haven't played a bunch, being league opponents. They haven't played a bunch so far this year. After El Dorado won the first matchup, they've lost, I believe it's 3 in a row now, to Derby on the season. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Garrett Bowman dealing with Jared Flax, the right fielder. And Bowman deals a strike. It's fouled off, 1-2. Bowman, a right-handed thrower for the Broncos. And Garrett plays his college ball at Mesa Junior College. This Bronco team has had a lot of fellows from the Mesa Junior College program. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bowman curveball high, 2-2. El Dorado coming off a 9-2 defeat last night to Hayesville. And Hayesville just continued to add on runs, and the Broncos offense really went silent after the 5th inning. Flax lines one to Levi Parker at second base, and he'll put it away for the first out.
What we've noticed here these last 6 games for the Broncos, they're 2-4 whenever the Broncos let the other team score a run first in the first inning, and they are 2-0 whenever they have scored first, or whenever they have scored first. Also, whenever they don't let up a run in the first inning.
Yeah, there's been a problem here lately. Last night, remember, they got the first 2 Aviators out, and then hit by pitch, a single and a 3-run home run by Nate Clark gave Hayesville a 3-0 lead, and they played comfortably ahead from that point on. 1 ball and 1 strike to the shortstop, Tanner Kirk. And the pitch just off the plate, 2 balls and a strike. Tanner Kirk plays at Wichita State. He's from Lincoln, Nebraska, 5'11", 183. And he'll look at strike 2. Didn't quite agree with the call. Takes a long stare at the outside corner, and now we'll settle back in. 2 balls and 2 strikes from Garrett Bowman. The right-hander wheels and deals, and right up the middle, a base hit for Tanner Kirk. Looked like he got that on the handle, but he was able to muscle it up enough right up the middle for a base hit. So that brings up Tyler Eager. Eager from Abilene Christian. He hails from North Richland Hills, Texas. He will bat left-handed here. Left-handed swinger. David Albritton is the head coach for the 2014 Derby Twins. Tyler Eager looks at strike one. And Avery, after we saw Derby the very first night, when El Dorado won 22-8, we kind of thought, well, this is probably isn't going to be a very good year for Derby. They've really turned things around and have been really good. They, like El Dorado, have suffered a number of close defeats to Wellington, but other than the losses to Wellington, Derby comes in here 13-7 in league play, good for second place.
Yeah, they've played very well since that big loss, and after that, we kind of thought the Broncos bats that how we would see them all season, but it really hasn't been. The bats have been pretty quiet, especially the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, those 22 runs, that seems like a couple of years ago when we saw that, doesn't it? It was long. Again, you just never know with this game. One night doesn't make a season, but and that certainly, I don't think if I would have said that the Twins will be in second place several games ahead of El Dorado back then, you would have believed it, as Eager will drill one to right field and a home run for Tyler Eager. He really turned on that one. A 2-run home run to right field. So a 2-0 lead for Derby, and a common theme here again for the Broncos, as they will have to fight uphill after that big 2-run home run from Tyler Eager. So 2-0, and here's Dylan Dillard. And he takes one off the shoulder, and he'll head down to first base. So again, Avery, the home run ball in the first inning, the El Dorado is going to be fighting uphill again.
Yeah, familiar territory for these Broncos, unfortunately.
So that brings up Chase Rader, the third baseman. Over at first base is Dylan Dillard. Bowman deals, and a hit down the right field line, fair. That'll be 2 for sure. Dillard hustling around third. The ball's still at the wall. Dillard's going to score. Rader heads to third with a stand-up triple. So Chase Rader put that in the perfect spot down the right field line. Long run for Michael Muka. So a 3-0 lead for the Broncos, or for the Derby Twins, and here's a visit from manager Chad Gerwig. So 3-0 in favor of the Twins, and they've got a single, a triple, and a home run, along with a hit batter here in the first 5 hitters of the first inning.
Kurt, I would like to say glad to see Sam Lane back out in center field tonight. If you didn't catch that earlier in the starting lineup, he ran into the wall with the collision, and he was in the first inning. He didn't come back into the game, so it's good to see him and back healthy and in the starting lineup tonight.
So Juan Rivera, the second baseman, comes to the plate. Rivera from Delta State. He hails from Kissimmee, Florida. One of my favorite city names, Kissimmee. And it's in Florida, and you know I like warm weather. So 1 ball and 1 strike from Garrett Bowman. Down to third base is Rader. Bowman's pitch in the turf, blocked nicely there by Cameron Knight. You know, the Broncos have a good thing, I think, at catcher. We see Knight and Schmitz continually switching off. A lot of times, one's the DH, one's the catcher. So they're not getting taxed all summer long as catchers, which I think has to save their legs a little bit. As Bowman is high, it's ball 3, strike 1.
I'm sure their college coaches probably almost recommend that.
Absolutely. So Rivera in the driver's seat here. 3 balls and 1 strike. Garrett Bowman will deal. And that pitch just off the plate, maybe a little high, and a walk to Rivera. So Ross Grosvenor will come to the plate. First base designated hitter on our program. He's from Walters State Community College and hails from Franklin, Tennessee. 6'5", 230. That's a pretty good build here on Grosvenor. Bowman with runners at first and third and stealing on the first pitch. Swinging and missing was Grosvenor, but Rivera will have second. And the umpire did not indicate a foul ball there. It just came out of Cameron Knight's glove as he was trying to get it out of his glove quickly and down to second base, but no throw and a stolen base. So the Twins with runners in scoring position, second and third. They've already scored 3 here in the top half of the first inning. Colin Neville, who we know has a good stick, bats 8th, and he's on deck. Bowman's pitch outside. Ball 1, strike 1. Sun shining brightly here. Beautiful, sunshiny, blue sky kind of day. Chamber of Commerce like here. And Bowman's pitch waves and misses, does Grosvenor. And Coach Albritton down at third base tells him to, stay in the box. And he kind of flailed a little bit at that pitch. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bowman, long look into Knight, now the pitch, and nice job by Cameron Knight to block that pitch. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nice crowd filing in here to beautiful McDonald Stadium. Great to have you tuned in on YouTube tonight, and hope you're either a Derby fan or El Dorado fan. We're glad to have you tuned in tonight. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Grosvenor will step out. We do invite comments, and we love getting comments from the home fans, the El Dorado fans, as well as the visiting fans. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and the pitch outside, 3-2. We, of course, are broadcasting El Dorado, but we like good baseball, and we like just seeing good play out there. So you won't hear us any of that homer kind of stuff, if you will. We won't be blowing up the press box on any kind of calls, I can tell you that. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Grosvenor will swing and foul it off, and then it ricocheted off the shin guard of Cameron Knight. That's fair to say, isn't it?
Yeah. Pretty down the middle.
Pretty enthusiastic home run call a moment ago. Not by us. So a 3-0 score here in favor of Derby, and Grosvenor battling here with a 3-2 count. Garrett Bowman would love a strikeout here. Here's the pitch, and it is low. Ball 4. Already activity down in the El Dorado bullpen.
Whenever you have so many games, every day here late in the summer season, the last thing you want is your pitcher to be taken out in the first or second inning to tax your bullpen. But it looks like it's kind of what happened yesterday against Hayesville, and it's also indicating like it could happen again tonight.
Yeah, Murtha went 4 last night for the Broncos, but about 4 or 5 pitchers were used by Coach Gerwick. Here's a pitch over to Morgan Oliver at short. Flips to Parker at second. Over to first, and a double play of Colin Neville, and boy, did that come at an excellent time for El Dorado. Great start for Derby. They lead 3-0. The Broncos are coming up. And just a moment, you're listening and watching to Bronco Baseball here on YouTube.
So the Derby Twins lead here. They get 3 runs in the top of the first. They lead 3-0. We will hear who's in the field for the Twins tonight. Starting in left field, Dylan Dillard, followed by center field, Tyler Eager. In right field is Jared Flax. At third base is Chase Rader. Shortstop, Tanner Kirk. Second base, Juan Rivera. And at first base is Colin Neville. Catching the ball tonight is Austin Orth, as Dylan Muka hits a ball right in front of the center field. It bounces away from him, and Muka is in with a stand-up double. Starting pitching tonight for the Twins is Nick Sagendorf.
For the Broncos, it's Muka, Sam Lane, Max Hogan, Jonathan Schmitz, Michael Muka, Cameron Knight, Wade Stramp, Morgan Oliver, and Levi Parker. And every Dylan Muka had, I know the Broncos only scored twice last night, but he was 4 for 4 with 4 singles, and now he leads off here tonight with a double. So 5 hits in a row for Dylan Muka.
Yeah, he's, if nothing else, his offense is really sparking at the right time.
Yeah, and we saw him batting 9th last night, and he's leading off tonight and leads off with a double that landed in front of the outfielder. I don't think you can really call that an error either. I mean, just gave great effort, and Muka was able to get to second base. So we see Sam Lane at the plate, and great to see Sam Lane. Last night we saw him for just a couple of outs in the first inning, and then he went back trying to glove a long fly ball that turned out to be a home run. He crashed into the center field wall and was down for several minutes, came to his feet, was able to walk off under his own power, looked okay from what we could see. Well, in the occasions he was icing something, maybe his neck or his head, because he really crashed into the wall, and here he is batting second tonight for the Broncos, and he's ahead here 2-1. Nick Sagendorf on the hill for the Twins, and Lane in front of that curveball fouls it off, strike 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Max Hogan will be next. The Wellington Heat. Speaking of heat, it'll be hot tomorrow night, and the Heat are going to be in town. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Really nice to see the Broncos get their first win of the season against the Heat tomorrow.
Lane will tap one to the first baseman, Colin Neville. He beats Lane to the base, but we've talked a lot lately, Avery, about situational hitting. 2-2 count there on Sam. He stays alive. He is out, but he advances run over to third base, which is what you love to see. Now there's two Broncos that have a chance to bring in Dylan Muka.
Yeah, and that's one, like you said, one thing we haven't seen the Broncos do here lately is situational hitting, and that's a great job by Sam Lane to punch it to the right side of the infield and advance Muka to the third base.
Sagendorf deals with Max Hogan, and that first pitch is outside for a ball. Hogan from the University of Arkansas. He's a Razorback. Ahead 1-0, and a pitch darts to the back foot. It's a ball, and it's a second ball. 2-0. So Hogan now holding the cards here. 3-0, Derby. Sagendorf's pitch ripped right up the middle. Right over Sagendorf. That will plate Dylan Muka. And the Broncos are on the board, and it's 3-1. So nice job by Max Hogan, who's also been swinging a good bat, and he's been rewarded by batting high in the order. Now here's Jonathan Schmitz. Jonathan Schmitz batting .253 on the season. He's got 4 long balls for the Broncos. Sagendorf looks over at Hogan at first base, and now the delivery home, and bat flies out of the hands of Jonathan Schmitz. Look out in the Bronco dugout. They scatter. It looks like everyone's all right. And now they may have a little good ribbing at Jonathan Schmitz. Jonathan looking for his piece of lumber. And he's going to try to get that hand a little sticky again. No balls and 1 strike. 3-1 Derby. The Twins scored 3 in the top half of the first. A long home run by Tyler Eager over the right field fence. But Avery, the Broncos have to almost feel fortunate to only be down 3-0 because the bases were loaded with 1 out for Derby and a 6-4-3 to get out of the inning. And we've seen Colin Neville go yard here this season already, so that's a huge play, and they've got to feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, the Broncos, they definitely could have been worse, but something that the Broncos really used to their advantage the first 2 weeks of the season was that double play. ever since we haven't seen a whole lot of it, but at that time came through big for the Broncos.
And they
6-4-3.
6-4-3, yeah, and they've come back with one here with a runner on and one away. Schmidt's 0-1 count, and he taps one down to third, fielded over there, now over to first base, and a double play. They went all the way around the horn. It was Raider to Rivera to Neville. 5-4-3 for the Twins. But the Broncos do get a run back. They score one on 2 hits, no errors, nobody left. And we're through 1 inning from beautiful McDonald Stadium, our score. Derby 3, El Dorado 1. More Bronco baseball in a moment here on YouTube. So 1 inning in the books, and the scoreboard operator, our lovely scoreboard operator, has been very busy with numbers. She's not putting goose eggs on the scoreboard to start here tonight, Avery. 3-1 Derby after 1.
Yep, a lot of hits, a lot of runs here really at McDonald Stadium.
I think it's safe to say our scoreboard operator is the best-looking person in this whole press box.
That's right.
That's an easy one. 9-1-2 for the Twins here in the top of the second. Catcher Austin Orth will lead it off. Garrett Bowman looks for better successes here. He got the first batter, Flax, to line out, but then, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight Twins reached after that before the big 6-4-3 double play from Colin Neville. Bowman came into this game with a very good ERA, so I'm sure he might have been a little rattled as well, having 6 straight Twins get on base. Certainly Coach Chad Gerwick was a little stunned by that. Austin Orth from Fort Collins, Colorado, laces one to left center field, and that will split the outfielders. Orth will go for extra bases as he will have a stand-up double. And the throw from is actually caught by first baseman Wade Stramp, as he does exactly what you're supposed to do as a first baseman. As 2 cutoff men go out into the field, and then Stramp just trails behind because there's no reason to worry about anyone behind him. Here comes Chad Gerwick as the Twins, Avery, already here in an inning plus have hit for the cycle. A single, a double, a triple, and a home run.
And that'll do it for Garrett Bowman tonight. Certainly not the outing he wanted. Goes 1.1 innings pitched, gives up 3 runs, and the runner at second is still on him. So we'll get the pitcher, and we will see who it is as the Derby Twins lead how about they lead El Dorado 3-1. We'll be back with more play-by-play coming up here on YouTube.
And welcome back here to El Dorado, Kansas. The Twins lead 3-1, and they've knocked the starter Garrett Bowman out, and actually not even 1.1 innings for For Bowman, it'd be 1+, as he just faced one batter here in the second inning, and Austin Orth doubled. I don't know. We've done a lot of games this year. I don't know if I've seen a team hit for the cycle. We haven't had a lot of triples this year that I can remember, but Derby has come out swinging here, and they have been. I'll tell you what, like I said earlier, the first night we saw Derby to now, I mean, it's just a solid squad, pitching and hitting. Unfortunately for them, they've had the same issues against Wellington as El Dorado has. They play them close every time, but Wellington wins close games. So Henry Weiler from Arkansas, University of Arkansas, on the hill in long relief. I'm sure Chad Gerwick hoped. Squaring to bunt is Flax, and he fouls it back here. No balls and 1 strike. Weiler from Leawood, 6'3", 220. He's a right-hander. Weiler's got his sign from Cameron Knight. And he'll deal it in there, and Flax shoots it down the right field line, but foul right into the Derby bullpen. Weiler with a 6.23 ERA. He's only pitched 4+ innings this year. The Broncos have a Weiler and Weiner. We saw Weiner last night go 2 innings, give up 2 runs. So Jared Flax, who lined out, hard hit ball right at Levi Parker back in the first inning. No balls and 2 strikes for the right fielder, Jared Flax. Flax goes to Newman University. Here's the pitch from Weiler, and it's high, ball 1. Tanner Kirk stands on deck.
I think Joe Kennedy for the Broncos goes to Newman as well, I believe.
You're right. Fort Collins, Colorado, the hometown of Jared Flax. Weiler deals, and nice job by Knight. He'll fire it down to second. They've got the runner picked off, but the ball off of Levi Parker's glove. So that will go as a stolen base for Austin Orth. So Orth down to third. He was picked off second, but Parker looked to throw to third before he actually had the ball in his glove, and it glanced off the tip of it. Now Weiler deals. Flax taps one down to third base. Fielded there and over to first base for the out. Max Hogan retires Flax, and no advance from Austin Orth. It's funny with Max Hogan. You just kind of got to figure out, let's see, is he at second tonight? Is he at third? He plays, again, a lot of third baseman and second baseman for Chad Gerwick this year. Here's shortstop Tanner Kirk. He singled and scored in the first inning. 1 away for Henry Weiler. He'll go from the windup, and he deals in strike 1. Michael Muka, Cameron Knight, and Wade Stramp will be the scheduled 3 for the Broncos in the home half of the second inning. 3-1 Derby. We're in the top of the second. And a nice one bouncing pick there by Cameron Knight. Took a bounce, and he stabbed it with his glove, a little backhand stab. Nice play by Knight. Saved a run there. Tyler Eager, who went deep, stands on deck for the Twins. Weiler, and the curveball, sorry, I think that was more of a slider, off the plate, 2 balls and a strike. Tanner Kirk, Wichita State player. And he lines one out to center field. Sam Lane's got the catch, but he had to go backwards. No chance to throw at Austin Orth. And the sacrifice fly will plate the 4th run of the game for Derby. So Avery, even though it wasn't an error with Orth stealing third, more of a mental error, and that allows the run to score. Again, it just seems like any mistake El Dorado has made lately, they've paid for it.
Yep, they have paid for it. Yeah, and the other way around, the Broncos really haven't made the opponent pay for errors or miscues that they have had.
Eager fouls one out of play. Max Hogan gave it a long look, but ultimately had no play. Tyler Eager, I think we were discussing, I can't remember what we were discussing, but Eager drilled one in mid-conversation off of Garrett Bowman. It was a deep shot down the right field line. And Eager lines one between first and second as it two hops out to Michael Muka in right field. So Tyler Eager, a homer and a single here tonight. And that'll bring up Dylan Dillard. Dillard was the next batter after Eager's home run, and he took a ball right off the shoulder. I think one of those names that we've enjoyed from Derby, Dylan Dillard. Well, I'll tell you what, here's another one from Kissimmee, Florida. And he goes to Jacksonville University. And again, he'll take one off the shoulder. What has Dylan Dillard done to the Broncos tonight? Both times, look, neither are vicious hits. They're curveballs that he's not afraid to take off the shoulder. So Chase Rader comes up, and Rader tripled. Right-handed batter shot one down the right field line for a stand-up triple. And he drills one between third and short for a base hit. Rounding second and coming home is Eager. Here's the throw to the cutoff, Hogan. And another run in for Derby. Chase Rader with another RBI. So Tyler Eager scores. Staying at second is Dylan Dillard. And Juan Rivera comes up. Rivera walked, stole second in the first inning.
The Broncos had 2 outs in this inning with nobody on. A base hit, a hit by pitch, and then another base hit. And there's another run.
Here's a flip ball, Rivera out to left field. That falls in for a single. Throw back to second base. They had the runner, but it short-hopped Parker. He made a nice stop, but Rivera singles and scores Dylan Dillard. Rader trickled off of second. We'll see if he's all right as Coach Albritton checks out. Sometimes you try to hit the brakes, especially on that turf. There's just not much give. And he may have rolled his ankle a bit, and that's what he's trying to kind of stretch that ankle out. And Coach Albritton pats him on the helmet and looks like he's going to be all right, but that might be one of those you feel a little bit tomorrow. So 6-1 Derby. And they're hitting early in the count, Avery. Every time I just look to maybe see where their location is or whatnot, the ball getting hit out somewhere in the field. Here's Ross Grosvenor. Grosvenor walked last inning. Weiler with runners at first and second. Long look down to second, now comes home, and that is a ball. Garrett Bowman started the game. He threw to one batter here in the second inning, Austin Orth. Orth doubled, and Bowman was relieved in favor of Henry Weiler. Weiler then got Flax and Kirk, but then Eager singled, hit by pitch by Dillard. Here's a ball to Max Hogan over to second base to retire the side. Then a single by Rader and a single by Rivera before Grosvenor hits into a fielder's choice. But 3 more runs for the Twins. We're through 1.5. Derby 6, El Dorado 1. We're back in a moment here on YouTube. Twins and Broncos, old Jayhawk League rivals here, doing battle tonight in El Dorado. The Broncos lost a close one to Derby on Thursday, July 3rd. And down 6-1 here tonight. Derby's back here Tuesday, and then a trip to Derby on Thursday. But the Twins have looked very comfortable at the plate so far in the first 2 innings, Avery. They have scored 3 runs in each of the first 2 innings. The last time they were here, you might remember, it was an 8-run third inning from Derby that really ended the game. They ended up winning that one 10-4.
Yeah, the Twins have brought 8 men to the plate in both innings so far, so only one batter has not batted in each of the innings.
It's been a long inning and a half, hasn't it? Leading off, Michael Muka from Wichita State University, and he is quickly ahead, 3 balls and no strikes against Nick Sagendorf, who works quickly. Muka looks at ball 4. You get the feeling almost, Avery, and I'm optimistic, of course, but you get the feeling that this could be one of those nights where both teams just keep on battling back and forth, and we could see a lot of runs on the board.
Yeah, it could be another 22-8 game.
Cameron Knight, who coming into last night had hit 11 out of 12 games that we went hitless last night. He was anxious to get tonight's game started again. Cameron from Oklahoma City goes to school at Butler County Community College. Wade Stramp, the first baseman, waits on deck. Michael Muka down at first base for the leadoff walk. Six runs and 7 hits for Derby. They've received 2 hit batters. They've been walked twice in the first 2 innings. They've basically gotten 4 free runners along with the 7 hits. 1 ball and 1 strike from Nick Sagendorf. Sagendorf from Everett, Washington. And the pitch just inside, ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike, bottom of the second inning. 6-1 Twins. Sagendorf slowing down a bit. Muka with a nice lead off of first base, and he bluffs a steal. And the ball is upstairs. 3 balls and a strike. And the Broncos would love a little charity here, get a couple of free base runners. So 3 balls and 1 strike. And ball 4. Boy, you got to believe, Avery, that David Albritton hates seeing 2 straight walks to lead off the second after his team has put up 6 runs in the first 2 innings.
Yeah, you don't want to give up free base runners, and that's what the Twins have done here. Put guys on first and second, no out.
Stramp, Oliver, and Parker, the next scheduled 3, and that will warrant a walk to the mound by one of the coaches of the Derby Twins. Other game tonight in our league has Hayes traveling to Liberal. Wellington leading the Jayhawk with a 19-3 record. Derby's 13-7. They are 5 games back, 6 in the win column, 4 in the loss column. Hayes is 12-10. They're 7 back. Liberal 9-13, 10 games back. Then El Dorado at 6-15. They're 12.5 back. Dodge City is 6-17. And 13.5 back. And the 2 teams ahead of El Dorado, Hayes and Liberal, battling tonight in Liberal. Here's Wade Stramp for the Broncos. And he'll look to bunt, and it's called a strike. Wade Stramp has had 13 at-bats this year for the El Dorado Broncos. He's batting .231. And the pitch from Sagendorf, again trying the outside corner, this time a little further out. It's called a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Neville, Orth, and Flax will be the first 3 batters for Derby in the 3rd inning. Wade Stramp playing first base tonight. And now he squares around again, and he missed the bunt. Well, he fouled it off, and he was not happy about that either. He got a very good pitch to bunt. Now 1 ball and 2 strikes. I like Chad Gerwick's strategy here, though, Avery. Again, it's 6-1. You know what? Try to get a couple runners in scoring position, see if you can get it to 6-3, maybe 6-4. Who knows? But you want to stay close, and that's what didn't happen last night. Here's a pitch from Sagendorf, just off the outside corner, ball 2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Morgan Oliver waiting on deck, and we know how clutch Morgan's been with runners in scoring position this year. Wade Stramp with a 2-2 count. Long look in by Sagendorf, and Stramp will step out. And the pitch, and that's upstairs, ball 3. The Broncos are 1 bad pitch away from getting a gift bases loaded situation here. Michael Muka walked, Cameron Knight walked. Wade Stramp with a 3-2 count. Sagendorf sets and deals. The pitch is inside, ball 4. The first 3 batters walk. And here comes Morgan Oliver. Mentioned his clutchness, Avery. Morgan Oliver only batting .225 this year. But Oliver leads the team with 21 RBI. And he has been handed a great opportunity here. Morgan from Central Michigan University. Nick Sagendorf will go from the windup here. And the pitch to Oliver in there for a strike. Sagendorf didn't have a whole lot of issues in the first inning. Muka led off with a double. Lane grounded out to first. Max Hogan with an RBI single. And then Jonathan Schmitz bounced into a 5-4-3 double play. Oliver up the middle and fielded at it by Tanner Kirk at short. Flips to second for 1. Over to first for 2. The run will score. And actually, I don't think you get an RBI on a double play. But a 6-4-3 double play. Boy, does that, the double play, they always say the pitcher's best friend. There, Sagendorf walks the bases loaded, but has a chance of getting out of it with only giving up 1 run.
That was really his best friend there. Getting the double play, and now 2 outs with the man on third.
And Levi Parker from El Dorado plays at Emporia State University, and he looks at strike 1. Parker at second base tonight, batting 9th. Dylan Muka is on deck. 6-2 Twins. And the pitch, high, ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Sagendorf's got his sign. And the pitch is way outside, ball 2. Nice job by Tanner Kirk fielding that Morgan Oliver ground ball, flipping over to Juan Rivera at second, over to Neville at first. A huge double play, the second double play in as many innings for the Twins. 2 balls and a strike, and Parker shoots one to the Bronco bullpen. Foul, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Left fielder Dylan Dillard. The Twins have done their homework on Parker. Dillard plays way in left field. In fact, all the outfield playing very shallow on Levi. If he could really get into one, he could run for a long ways. Here's the pitch, and Parker out to shortstop. Kirk fields it on 1 hop, double clutches, and Parker beat the throw. Kirk was a little nonchalant there. And that will... Well, they'll call it a hit. I actually think it's probably more of an error. Just Kirk took his time, but hey, we'll take it. A hit for Levi Parker. That's an RBI. And Cameron Knight scores. So a gift run there for El Dorado. Parker gets back as the ball out of the glove of Neville, but only trickled a little bit away. It almost looked like there Kirk just took his time, Avery. He had plenty of time to get Parker, but he kind of crow hopped and he read the label and just took too much time. Here's the pitch to Muka, who's gotten a hit in his last 5 at-bats. He's 5 for his last 5.
A good play there by Parker there. And he knew that there was a runner on third. If he gets safe, then that runner scored. And good hustle by him all the way down to the first base.
Now trying to steal second. And he is called out. Close play down at second, but Austin Orth threw an absolute seed down to Juan Rivera at second base to retire Levi Parker. But the Broncos do score 2 runs on 1 hit. No errors, nobody left. We're through 2. Derby 6, El Dorado 3. Back in a moment here on YouTube. And welcome back to El Dorado. We haven't had any problems with the goose egg so far, Avery. Derby has gone 3 runs in the first inning, 3 in the second. El Dorado with 1 in the first and 2 in the second. 6-3 our score. Twins coming up, and Avery Osen on the call.
Yeah, they'll bring up Colin Neville, Austin Orth, and Jared Flax as Henry Weiler delivers ball 1 to Neville. Neville was put in a huge spot back in the first inning. Bases loaded, only 1 out, really could tack on to their already 3-run lead. Grounded into a double play to end the inning as he is ahead in this at bat 2-0. Two-0 pitch. High, 3-0. Three balls, no strikes to Colin Neville, the first baseman. It's the outside corner, 3-1. Three-one pitch, way outside, and that'll put Neville on to start off this half inning. And now the catcher, Austin Orth, who doubled to start the second inning off and eventually had a stolen base and scored. Neville on first. Righty versus righty matchup here between Weiler and Orth. First pitch to Orth. Inside, 1-0. Jared Flax in the on-deck circle, awaiting his turn. The 1-0 pitch is fouled out of the stadium, evens up the count at 1-1. One ball, one strike to Austin Orth, the 9-hole hitter for the Twins. 1-1 pitch, and Neville takes second, and he is thrown out. A good throw from Cameron Knight. And 1 out here in the top of the third. One ball and 2 strikes The pitch, just a little low, 2-2. Almost had Orth reaching there. Two balls, two strikes. The pitch hit to Morgan Oliver at the shortstop, and he makes a good play, catching the ball in the air, and 2 outs here in the top of the third. And now Jared Flax. This will be his third at bat in 3 innings. He is 0 for 2 though. First pitch to him is fouled down the right side and out of play. 0-1. The 0-1 delivery from Henry Weiler. Doesn't get the outside call. 1 ball, 1 strike. One pitch. Outside, 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike. The pitch gets the inside call. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the top of the third. Jared Flax, the batter. 2-2 delivery is hit right between the third baseman and the shortstop for a base hit. Kurt, you might want to correct me if I'm wrong here, but I have everybody reaching base at least once now for the Twins, only in the third inning.
Yep, that's what I've got too. Neville was the last one. Oh, excuse me, Flax was the last one who hadn't reached, but he just did now.
First pitch to Tanner Kirk. He flies one out to center field. Sam Lane under it and makes the catch. We head into the bottom of the third. Twins 6, Broncos 3. More play-by-play coming up here from McDonald Stadium. Broncos trail by 3 runs. They'll show Dylan Muka, Sam Lane, and Max Hogan.
Well, I thought it was very important for El Dorado to shut down Derby for an inning, and they did that. Only four batters came to the plate after 16 batters had come the first 2 innings. And to get a 0 up there on the scoreboard is nice. Now it's 6-3, and the Broncos can go back to work into that lead, and Muka stays hot again, Avery.
Base hit right in between first and second.
6 hits in a row for Dylan Muka now. 4 last night, 2 more here tonight.
And now center fielder Sam Lane. Yeah, Dylan Muka really providing some offense for the Broncos when not a whole lot's working for him. First pitch to Lane in there, strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. The pitch. Low, 1-1. Heard a pretty good crowd here tonight. There wasn't a whole lot of people at the start of the game, but they've really filed in since.
Kind of a late arriving crowd, but
had to get their Sunday dinner cleaned up and head on out to the ballpark.
And the sun's starting to set. Again, our video on YouTube probably looks a little bit dark right now. There's shadows down below us, but probably here another half hour it'll look a lot better.
1 ball, 1 strike. Lane chops one foul down the third base line as Dylan Muka was stealing second on that one. But Muka back to first and Lane back into the batter's box. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lane looks at a sign from a Broncos coach. See if Dylan Muka tries second again. 1-2 pitch is fouled out of play. Keeps the count at 1-2.
Of course, managers, everyone has to love a little dry weather now here around South Central Kansas lately, but I think no one happier than Doug Bell, who numerous times had to try to drain the left center field where water collected, and I think it's pretty dry out there now.
1-2 pitch, chopped to the shortstop. He'll touch second over to first, and a double play, which really to get Sam Lane in a double play, the ball was hit right to the shortstop. He just ran over and touched second himself, but still had to make a good throw to get the speedy Sam Lane down at first, and 2 outs.
3 innings here, almost 3 innings complete. 3 double plays turned by Derby here tonight.
Now Max Hogan, the batter. He watches ball 1. 1-0 pitch from Sagendorf. In there, 1-1.
You know, we haven't seen every Bronco game, but Sam Lane does not hit into double plays. That's just a real rarity there.
As Max Hogan is clipped, it looked like maybe on the knee a little bit.
Knee or back foot or something. It wasn't much.
But he'll take it. He's on for the second time tonight. And that'll bring up Jonathan Schmitz, who grounded into a double play, third to second to first. Back in the first inning to retire that inning.
Last night, Avery, the wind was real breezy heading out to center field. The flags were blowing about 15, 20 miles an hour. Tonight, no breeze at all, and we can feel it here in the press box.
As Max Hogan steals second, a good jump on that one. That'll put a Bronco in scoring position. And that was Schmitz. Watched the strike go by, but Max Hogan now on second. So 0-1 to Schmitz. The pitch is hit to third base. It's a fair ball. Actually, they're going to say it's foul. I didn't see any indication from either umpire, so I assumed it was fair.
You'd love to see the home plate umpire come out and make a call. He did not make any call. The third baseman, Chase Rader, fielded it, but he figured it was foul. But again, there's no official call. And then, when Schmitz didn't hear foul ball, of course, he starts taking off. And I'd like to see the umpire come out and make an immediate call there.
No balls and 2 strikes to Jonathan Schmitz. Max Hogan on second. Twins lead 6-3 here in the bottom of the third inning. Sagendorf doesn't like the pitches that Austin North is giving here, and he shakes off, and Schmitz out of the batter's box, and he'll step right back in. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. The 0-2 pitch from Sagendorf. As Schmitz checked a swing, but the umpire says he went too far. I didn't think he did.
And again, a very late call. And actually, I don't know if the way he was indicating, it almost looked like he was indicating it was a foul tip or something. But, yeah, foul tip, but very slow call from the umpire.
So that'll take us to the top of the fourth. Twins 6, Broncos 3. More play-by-play coming up here on YouTube.
And the second game, number 581, 190. Again, 581, 190. So if you have either ticket, please come up to the press box and your prize. Got one?
So Henry Weiler back out on the mound for the Broncos for the top of the fourth inning. Kurt, it looks like it could be another long game here between these two teams. Usually the Broncos game is usually about 45 minutes per 3 innings or so. Tonight, right at an hour. So, but in a 6-3 game, that's what you would expect. But no surprise to us, the Twins and Broncos have played some high-run, long games this season already. As Weiler delivers strike one.
Man, Derby sent 16 batters to the plate the first 2 innings, so nothing went efficient there. But in the third inning, Weiler got him out in 4 batters, and we'll see if he can have another shutdown inning here as he deals with Eager, Dillard, and Rader, the 3-4-5 hitters who have Eager 2 for 2 and Rader 2 for 2, and Dillard's been hit twice.
So 4 for 4 between them. Between those two hitters, they're just a double away from the cycle. As Eager pops one out, Lane calls off Oliver and Muka to record out number 1.
Oliver really took off there, gave himself a chance. Dylan Muka was flying in, but Sam Lane, the center fielder, and you expect your center fielder to really take control, and that's what Lane did. And he called everybody off and made a very easy catch to retire Tyler Eager for the first time tonight.
And now Dylan Dillard, who has been hit twice tonight. First pitch to him, ball 1.
With very similar pitches, and it's almost as if, and even there, it looked like he just tried to lean over. There's an art of getting hit by a pitch and not getting hurt, and I'm not saying Dillard does that all the time, but the first 2 at-bats kind of looked like he just was leaning a little bit in there to get it, and whatever it takes to get on base. Nice to see him swing the bat there.
Yeah, swings and misses. This is his third at bat. That's his first swing of the night. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch is fouled off the back screen, and 1-2. Dylan Dillard, the left fielder for the Derby Twins. One down in the top of the fourth. The pitch. Inside. Almost got him again.
We know Dillard isn't just going up there trying to get hit. In fact, in that 22-8 lopsided win by the Broncos back last month, Dillard homered twice in that game.
And he's hit, and he's not happy about it.
He's been hit 3 times. He again leaning over just a little bit, Avery. I mean, these aren't balls that are coming towards his head. He is leaning in a little bit and getting him, but that time it seemed to upset him a little bit.
Yeah, it did, but like you said, that time even his left leg kind of moved in just a little bit. Like you said, Dillard's not going up there trying to get hit, but there is a little bit of moving in on those pitches.
He is really guarding the inside and getting over there. He doesn't. Well, he wears the protective, guard on his arm as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in his next at bat.
Well, and I know no one likes to get hit, but the pitches. I can say this because I'm up here, but if you're going to get hit by a pitch, those 3 pitches are pretty much the ones. They're not fastballs to the head. They're low pitches that are just hitting his arm or hitting his leg. So I don't know how mad you can be if you're him because you've been on base 3 times now.
And if you are right on the inside part of that batter's box, again, you have the right to be there, but to kind of the umpire, it's his discretion as well. But obviously, he's not saying that he's leaning over too far, but he is crowding the plate pretty good. So it'll be a battle of wills. I don't think they're throwing at him, but and we don't think he's trying to get hit, but maybe a little on both sides. I don't know.
No balls and 1 strike to Chase Rader.
See, now, I'm sorry to jump in, but on that pitch, there was an inside pitch that I think if Rader would have leaned in, he would have been hit as well, but he's up there swinging.
No balls and 2 strikes to third baseman Chase Rader. He's 2 for 2 tonight with a triple and a single. Dillard on first. The pitch. And that will catch. Looks like Rader on the arm, or hand maybe.
That was a curveball that just didn't take, and again on the inside, these Twins are guarding their plate, and now we'll get a mound visit from El Dorado.
Like you said, these aren't fastballs; they're curveballs that don't break, and they're also, right on the inside. I don't think there's any intent there from any Broncos pitchers. I think it's just part of the game.
And we've been watching these Broncos. Obviously, they've been struggling to get people out. Let's be honest. I don't think they want to put more guys on base than they have to, and that is 4 hit batters already. But that is not. I mean, that's not Chad Gerwick. That's not the way he wants to play. That's not winning baseball, and that's not what he's telling his guys to go out there and do. And I don't think the pitchers are taking on themselves to do the same thing.
We'll see if the Broncos can get out of this jam here. First and second, 1 out here in the top of the 4th inning. Twins lead at 6-3. More play-by-play coming up here from McDonald Stadium. New pitcher for the Broncos is Trevor Ezell, who I think we've probably seen in about every position so far this season, Kurt. I think we've seen him at third in the outfield. I think maybe even second for an inning or so. But now the pitcher, and he's going to have to try to get out of this one first and second with 1 out. And Juan Rivera, the second baseman, batting for the Twins.
9+ innings for Ezell. He's got a 4.66 ERA coming in here tonight, so he is no stranger to the mound.
First pitch is fouled. Off the back screen, 0-1.
2 runners on base are the responsibility of Henry Weiler, but he goes 2 1/3 inning, gave up 4 hits. He didn't walk or strike out. He had 1 walk, and he hit 3 batters tonight.
0-1 pitch. Low and outside, 1-1.
Just wonder if there'll be any. Will Sagendorf maybe go inside on any Broncos when they come up? 4 Twins. Well, Dillard's been hit 3 times and Rader once.
The next pitch, low, 2-1. Yeah, you hope not. I don't think there really is any reason for there to be, but yeah, it's something we'll be watching for here in the next half inning. 2 balls and 1 strike to Rivera. As Azell fires one over to Morgan Oliver, trying to get the runner at second. Gets back in time though.
Good throw from Azell down low, and they've got Dylan Dillard picked off, but the throw is high. Oliver, by the time he got the ball down to the hand of Dillard, he'd reached the base.
Now Azell working home, 2-1, and the ball is popped out to between right and center. Sam Lane calls off Michael Muka, throws one to Oliver, the cutoff man, and Dillard will advance to third on the pop out.
Sam Lane really, again, they're taking control in center field, makes the catch, and, the Broncos are 1 out away from it. We've seen the Broncos get loaded up with walks. Well, 2 hit batters have given the Twins a rally here in the inning, but one good pitch to Grosvenor here, and the Broncos can get out of it.
Rader on first, Dillard on third. The pitch, and it'll be picked off at first. A great move from Trevor Azell. He caught Rader leaning, and they get out of this one without even having to throw one pitch to Grosvenor. So, going into the bottom of the 4th, Derby Twins 6, the El Dorado Broncos 3. More baseball coming up here from McDonald Stadium coming up next. Derby Twins lead here 6-3 over the El Dorado Broncos. The Broncos coming up to bat here in the bottom of the 4th, though. They'll show Michael Muka, Cameron Knight, and Wade Stramp. Muka walked in the 2nd and ended up scoring. Sagendorf back out for the Twins. First pitch to Michael Muka. Outside 1-0. Next pitch to him. Inside 2-0.
Well, from up here, it looked like it hit Michael, but clearly it didn't because Michael made no indication of going down to first base.
Yeah, I thought it nicked him too as he fouls one off the back screen, 2-1.
In the big leagues, you hear about guys, if one guy gets hit, usually there's some retaliation or something. I just don't think at this level, I don't think that's part of the game. I don't think it does you any good.
2-1 pitch, low, 3-1. And the other thing is this is a developmental league. This is summer ball, just trying to get more reps, more at-bats. And I don't think that some of these players would necessarily do that in a league like this, but I could be wrong.
Well, and so many guys come from so many different towns. I mean, it's not like they have vendettas against these guys or something that carried over from the season. I think it's just one of those things. I mean, you don't see a guy get hit by a pitch 3 times, but it's hard to believe to think that El Dorado came in and I'm thinking, you know what, every time Dylan Dillard comes up, we're going to hit him. I mean, that's foolish.
The pitch is hit to the shortstop, in and out is recorded. 1 out in the bottom of the 4th.
And even Sagendorf on that second pitch, it was close to him. I don't believe Nick Sagendorf is going to come out here trying to retaliate. I mean, that's something you see at the major league level sometimes, maybe some AAA, but I just don't think that's a part of this league. You and I are new to it, but it would be hard to believe that it would be.
Now, batting is Cameron Knight. I think you made a good point about, these players really have never played against each other. Some of these guys are seeing each other for the first time, so it's not like these guys are coming in with rivalries against each other or anything against one another. So I think mainly these guys are just out here to play. As Cameron Knight, base hit right in front of the right fielder. And that'll bring up Wade Stramp.
Excellent job by Jared Flax in right field. That was struck really well by Knight. It hit once, and the ground, it's been dry here. And it really took a big hop there, and Flax played it nicely because it almost bounced right over his head.
And Wade Stramp, a first baseman for the Broncos. Zach Fields getting a break tonight. First pitch to Stramp is fouled.
Broncos are getting some decent swings here against Sagendorf now, Avery. Even on the foul balls, I mean, they're not missing by much right now. A game that feels like Derby is absolutely dominated. It's just 6-3, and the Broncos with a chance to draw closer here in the fourth inning. Long way to go yet.
Cameron Knight on first. The pitch to Wade Stramp. Misses up high, 1-1. Stramp walked in the second inning, then was thrown out at second.
What a great job, Avery, jumping in on you again by Ezell to come in and induce a flyout by Rivera, and then to pick off Rader, who you said exactly, he was leaning, wasn't expecting a throw over to first base, and Ezell picked him off. That was a great way to end the fourth inning for these Broncos.
Twins are really concerned about Cameron Knight right now. Second straight throw over. Make sure he gets another step closer to that first base bag.
Doesn't have a huge lead, Avery. He's not even to the cutout yet.
1-1 pitch to Stramp. Upstairs, 2-1.
That almost looked like a non-pitch out, if that makes sense. It wasn't your normal pitch out, but it was high, and the catcher Orth seemed ready for that high pitch, and it would have been a good throw to fire down to second base.
2 balls and 1 strike. The pitch popped up right in front of the Broncos dugout. Chase Rader makes the play. 2 down here in the bottom of the fourth. And that'll bring up shortstop Morgan Oliver, who grounded into a 6-4-3 double play. Well, if nothing else, Kurt, at least the Broncos cannot ground into a double play. The first 3 innings of this game, they did.
And those, double plays are they just rip your heart out. And the Broncos, after getting 3 straight walks to start off the second inning, Oliver gets run scores on that, but that was just a huge play for the Twins in this game.
Oliver watches the first pitch low. 1 ball, no strikes. Sagendorf takes a look at Knight. Now goes home. The pitch hit to left field. And it is caught by Dylan Dillard. And that retires the Broncos here in the bottom of the fourth. We head to the fifth. Twins 6, Broncos 3. More play-by-play coming up here from McDonald Stadium.
So Trevor Azell back out after getting the Broncos out of a jam in the top of the fourth. And he will be pitching to the 7, 8, 9 hole hitters of the Twins. And here is Kirk Caden for the fifth inning. Thank you, Avery. Top of the fifth inning, 6-3 Twins. And Trevor Azell back on the hill for the Broncos. Ross Grosvenor, who didn't even see a pitch when he came up to the plate last inning, as Azell picked off Chase Rader off of first base. And Azell wings in a swinging strike, strike one, against Ross Grosvenor. Ross from Franklin, Tennessee, goes to Walters State Community College. And he looks at a ball high. 1 ball and 1 strike. 6-8-0 for Derby. 3-5-0 for El Dorado. 1 ball and 1 strike to Grosvenor. Trevor Azell. And he broke the bat of Grosvenor. Slow roll over to third. Hogan's got it over to first base for an easy out. That bat, you could hear, it was one of those sounds that is not the nice crisp sound that so many of Derby's hits tonight have had. That one had that broken bat sound, and Max Hogan retires Grosvenor. So here's Colin Neville. Neville officially 0 for 1 tonight. He walked in the third inning, but he was gunned down trying to steal second by Cameron Knight. Azell's first pitch, outside, ball 1. Bronco bullpen is quiet, so is the Twin bullpen. Nick Sagendorf giving Coach Albritton a good start here again tonight, allowing just 3 runs to the Broncos through 4 innings. Azell on the corner, strike 1. Colin Neville at the plate, and Colin, local product, well, not local, but in the area, Goddard, Kansas. That's just west of Wichita. Here's Azell's pitch, and swing and a miss by Neville. Neville goes to school at Central Missouri. 6'4", 210. He can play in the outfield. He plays first base. He can also pitch. Gives you a lot of options, much like Trevor Azell does for the Broncos. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the Goddard, Kansas native. Azell's got his sign and deals, and just low. Boy, that looked like it was in there. But it's low, 2 balls and 2 strikes as the lights have come on here at McDonald Stadium. We do invite any of you watching, drop us a comment. We'd love to hear from you. Whoever you might be rooting for, individual, team, whatever. Here's Azell's pitch off the plate, and Neville has worked the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Austin Orth stands on deck. 1 out here in the top of the 5th inning. 6-3 Derby. They scored 3 in the first, 3 more in the second. Azell's pitch, and a swing and a miss, a strikeout of Colin Neville. And the second out of the inning. Here comes Austin Orth. Austin Orth, the catcher, doubled and scored in the second inning, and lined out to Morgan Oliver in the third inning. Now he bats here in the 5th. Orth, you might remember, was down at second base. He was really picked off a second, but started heading towards third anyway as Knight's throw went behind him at second, and the ball off of Parker's glove. And so Orth was just credited with a stolen base of third, and then he would score on a sacrifice fly from Tanner Kirk. No balls and 1 strike to Austin Orth. Azell winds and deals, and inside for a ball. Azell really slings it in there, and he comes from the side a bit. Avery and I were talking last night about the sidearm pitchers that we see, seeing more and more of it in this league. Azell kind of slings it from the side himself, and the pitch, Orth to first base. Strant makes a nice catch on the short hop, gives it to Azell early, and he runs over to first to retire Orth in a 1-2-3 inning for the first time tonight for the El Dorado Broncos. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We're through 4.5. Derby 6, El Dorado 3. Back in a moment here on YouTube. Well, we're halfway through from El Dorado. 6-3 in favor of the Twins. All the runs came in the first 2 innings. Derby scored 3 in the first, 3 in the second. Broncos scored 1 in the first, 2 in the second. Derby has been held scoreless through the last 3 innings, and the Broncos now, they've been scoreless for 2 innings as they bat here in the bottom of the 5th. Levi Parker leads it off. Parker from El Dorado goes to Emporia State. And he'll lead off here in the bottom of the 5th inning. From Nick Sagendorf, the first pitch fouled off. Strike 1. As Avery mentioned, I know you can't really tell on the YouTube video that we've got for you, but a nice crowd has filed in here. Everyone kind of sitting back, enjoying maybe a little bit of cooler weather, but Parker looks at ball 1. That was close. I mentioned no breeze, and I said you can feel it. You can just feel the air. The air is very sticky and stagnant. Just no breeze at all here tonight. But personally, it's exactly how I like it. Here's Parker right up the middle, and Juan Rivera's got him played beautifully. And Rivera over to first to retire Parker. So we'll turn the order over, and Dylan Muka comes up. Muka is 6 for his last 6, 4 for 4 last night, 2 for 2 tonight. All singles except for 1. He doubled in the first inning here tonight, doubled and scored in the first inning. He scored on an RBI single from Max Hogan. Dylan Muka looks at ball 1. Dylan Muka came into this game batting .329. Looks at strike 1, but he is really, and he's seeing the ball really well. Dylan goes to Southern Illinois. He's a Saluki in the Missouri Valley Conference, and he squares around. I bet you it's interesting when Wichita State and Southern Illinois play. Michael Muka plays for Wichita State. Dylan Muka for Southern Illinois. 2 balls and 1 strike. Nick Sagendorf deals in a slow curve that stayed upstairs. Ball 3. Sam Lane will be next for the Broncos. And the pitch high, and again, Muka seeing it really well. That was not an awful pitch from Sagendorf, but Dylan's got a great eye going right now, and he saw that was going to be a ball and didn't wave at it. So he's down at first base again. He has reached 7 straight times. So here comes Sam Lane from the University of Texas at Tyler. His hometown is Plano, Texas. And Sagendorf's pitch hit up the middle, and Sagendorf has it over too short for 1, and they're not able to double off Sam Lane. But boy, Sam, who we rarely see hit into double plays, hit into one in the 3rd inning and very nearly hit into another one. His great speed was all that prevented that. So that's the 2nd out of the inning, and here comes Max Hogan. Nick Sagendorf fielding his position very well. Hogan looks at ball 1. Well, Sagendorf certainly has had some good fortune tonight. He has walked 1, 2, 3. He has walked 4 Broncos, and he's hit a batter. As Hogan gets under one, skies it's a mile high, and when it comes down, it'll come into Tanner Kirk's glove and end the inning. So again, the base on balls does not hurt Sagendorf. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. We're through 5. Derby 6, El Dorado 3. Back in a moment. You're watching and listening to El Dorado Bronco Baseball here on YouTube. And welcome back. Broncos trailing the Twins 6-3. And again, we've mentioned it a couple times tonight. These teams playing each other 4 times in a week. So the Broncos fell in Derby on July 3rd, and right now the Broncos trail this one 6-3. We head to the 6th. We're heading to the 6th inning. To tell us about it, here's Avery Osen.
Yeah, Kurt, after the first 2 innings, we saw 9 runs between these two teams ever since. All goose eggs, all zeros. No one has scored since the 2nd as we head into the 6th. And a bunt put down by Jared Flax, and that's perfect. Right past Azell towards second base, but not enough time for Parker to come up, so a single from Flax to start the top of the 6th.
Azell's so athletic, but after he delivers, he comes off the mound on the third base side. Flax, like you said, pushed it towards second base and hit it just hard enough that Azell, who fired his way back over there, he just was unable to catch up to it, and no way for Levi Parker either to make a play. It's a great bunt.
Now Tanner Kirk, the shortstop, will try his turn. First pitch to him. Inside, gets the strike call though. The 0-1 pitch to Tanner Kirk. Jared Flax on first. And they'll check Flax at first. He's got pretty good speed, as indicated on that bunt.
You know, I was watching Coach Albritton down at third, and I don't know him at all, but he clapped his hands with a little bit of disgust after that strike one pitch. I'm not sure if Kirk missed a sign or if Flax missed a sign, but he looked a little angry.
The 0-1 pitch as Kirk is going to be doubled up here. As a ball was hit out to Michael Muka in right field, he caught it and threw it to Stramp at first. And now he is not very happy at third after that missed sign on the hit and run.
Well, yeah, he just didn't pick the ball up. Yeah. It was a hit and run and hit nicely by Kirk, but he flew it out to right field, and Flax just couldn't find it. And by the time he did, he was easy pickings at first base.
Yeah, I meant to clarify the pitch before. Yeah,
maybe he was supposed to steal. I don't know.
But even on that one, obviously didn't see where that ball was very quickly.
And we don't know if that was a hit and run or a steal, and just bad luck for Derby or what.
So now Tyler Eager fouls one out of play, 1-1.
You know, I don't know if we described it. I was a little distracted on the home run by Eager, but to clarify, he hammered that thing. It was a no-doubter out to right field. That was a great shot by Tyler Eager in the first inning.
1 ball and 1 strike. The pitch swung and missed by Eager. 1-2.
And he's got one of those almost Zach Fields-like swings. I mean, it's really all or nothing, it looks like there, although he does have a single as well here tonight, but that was a big-time swing at 1-1.
1-2 pitch from Azell. Outside 2-2. The Twins have 6 runs on 9 hits tonight. The Broncos 3 runs on 5 hits. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. The pitch from Azell, also outside in the right-handed batter's box, brings the count full, 3-2.
Eager's power certainly down and in, and Azell trying to stay away, hoping for Eager to chase at something, but he hasn't.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch fouled into the stands, and the net almost goes all the way around the seating area here, but that one was not stopped by the net, and looks like some people had to duck and avoid the ball there.
Saw a couple fans, though, they didn't even look fazed by it as that ball came whistling into the stands.
3-2 pitch is almost caught at third base by Max Hogan off the glove. Kurt, a base hit there?
Yeah, it's got to be a base hit, and that's what Gary says down the way. Good effort by Hogan. just couldn't have kind of glanced off the webbing and into left field. So Tyler Eager, he's been a tough out tonight. And now, what are we going to see here, Avery?
Dylan Dillard. He has been hit 3 times tonight. Was not happy after getting hit the 3rd time. We'll see what Azell throws him here. The pitch. A little high. 1-0.
You get the feeling if Dillard does get hit here, it may not be pretty. I'm hoping Trevor stays away. Let's just have a good at bat here.
1-0 pitch. Foul. 1-1. Eager on first. But Dillard, though, on the 1st and 2nd inning, whenever he got hit, he ended up scoring. And on the 4th inning, he ended up getting to 3rd. So it's not like he's not helping his team still. 1 ball, 1 strike, because that pitch is low, outside 2-1.
Slider there from Azell. Didn't start it right at Dillard, started it more middle of the plate, and it was well outside.
2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch from Azell. It's the outside corner call, 2-2.
Dillard from Jacksonville University, Avery.
2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch. Fouled. I think more than anything else, these spectators have really kind of been paying attention here. They're looking, not necessarily is he going to get a base hit, is he going to get on here, is he going to get hit, because that's really the storyline with Dillard to this at bat.
Well, you just don't see guys get hit 3 times in a game, and maybe a little blame on both sides. We don't really blame one or the other. It's a little of both.
2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Grounded to Hogan at 3rd. He'll throw it over to 1st and get Dillard.
I'm happy to see that at bat, Avery.
Happy to see Dillard put the ball in play. No one hit. And the Twins lead the Broncos 6-3. We head to the bottom of the 6th. More El Dorado baseball coming up. After seeing some fireworks in the 1st and the 2nd inning, both teams really settling down and the pitchers taking control. The Twins lead 6-3. They scored 6 runs in the first 2 innings. The Broncos got all 3 of their runs in the first 2 innings. Ever since 4 innings of shutout baseball from these pitchers. And the Broncos, Jonathan Schmitz, Michael Muka, and Cameron Knight will be batting for the Broncos.
So on Twitter, Avery, 2 teams ahead of El Dorado, Hayes and Liberal. They're playing tonight at Liberal. They're scoreless into the 7th inning at Liberal.
First pitch to Schmitz hits the outside of 0-1. Yeah, that's actually a pretty big game for the Broncos tonight. Probably wanting to see Liberal win that one. They're 2.5 behind the BJs, and then they sit 5.5 behind Hayes. The next pitch to Schmitz, a called strike, 0-2. So, in what we've heard from around the league, like we've said, we're new to this league, but you have to place in the top 3 due to Wellington getting their automatic berth into this year's NBC World Series. So you got to finish in the top 3, and the Broncos are 5.5 behind third right now. 0-2 pitch fouled off by Schmitz. Broncos come into the game 6-15 in league play. Liberal 9-13 and Hayes 12-10. We'll see the Liberal BJs next weekend here at McDonald Stadium for Parents Weekend. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 7 p.m. First pitch for all those 3 games as Schmitz strikes out swinging. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. And that'll bring up right fielder Michael Muka, who is 0 for 1 tonight. He did score, though, off of a walk back in the 2nd inning. One out here in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch to Muka is low, 1-0. One-zero pitch to Wichita State. Shocker, Michael Muka. He hits one down the first base line. He will stop at first. So base hit for Michael Muka. And the Mukas, 3 of the 6 hits between Dylan and Michael Muka for the Broncos. And now Cameron Knight.
Number 7, Cameron Knight.
The Twins are working in their bullpen. Can't catch a number, but someone is warming up down there. No balls, no strikes. 2 Knight as he watches one go by, 0-1. Cameron Knight 1 for 1 tonight. Started off with a walk in the 2nd and then a single in the 4th as he swings at a high pitch, 0-2. Oh-2 pitch to Knight. Grounded to the shortstop. Muka was on his way to 2nd already, so he gets there, and Knight is thrown out at 1st. And that'll bring up Wade Stramp. So Michael Muka advances to 2nd, and we'll see if Stramp can come through to score Muka. As the Broncos trail by 3 right now. 2 outs, bottom of the 6th. First pitch to Stramp. Outside, 1-0. One ball, no strike. To the left-handed batting, Wade Stramp. 1-0 pitch. Up high, 2-0. On deck is Morgan Oliver, who is 0 for 2 tonight so far. Nick Sagendorf still in there for the Twins. The 2-0 pitch inside, 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes to the first baseman, Wade Stramp. 3-0 pitch. It's the outside corner call, 3-1.
Not an immediate call there either.
I dare say if it's not 3-0, that could have been a ball. It's pretty close. Sagendorf gets the call on that one. 3-1. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. The pitch hit down the third base line and out of play. Brings the count full at 3-2. Three-two pitch to Wade Stramp with 2 outs. The pitch outside, a little high. That'll put runners on first and second. And Morgan Oliver.
Oliver's had a rough night, Avery, grounding into double play, fly out to left field, but a base hit here or a double or something positive certainly would do him a lot of good here tonight.
How about a home run? Tie this game up.
Would always take that.
Stramp on first, Michael Muka on second. Morgan Oliver, the right-handed batter against right-handed pitching Nick Sagendorf. A big play here in this game. First pitch to him in there, strike one. Broncos trail by 3. No balls and a strike. Next pitch to Morgan is chopped to the third baseman. It's going to be a tough play, and it is. It bounces over Chase Rader. And so that'll bring the bases loaded for Levi Parker. We could see, I don't know, a pitching change here or just a talk with Sagendorf. We'll see.
They give an error on the play. I don't know who he give the error to. It was a tough play, high chopper. I think that's just an infield single, but it's an error on somebody. I don't know who you give it to, though, Avery.
I'm going to give it to the third baseman. But Sagendorf will stay in the game for Levi Parker, the batter. Bases loaded. Muka on third. Stramp on second. Morgan Oliver on first. And Levi Parker put in a big position right here in this game. 2 down in the bottom of the 6th. The first pitch to Parker. Just misses 1-0. One ball, no strikes. The next pitch. It's the inside call, 1-1.
Looked like Parker was in take mode, waiting for Sagendorf to throw a strike, and he did there, and it's 1-1.
Parker had a single in the second, ground out to second base in the 4th. The next pitch is fouled, and Sagendorf jumps ahead 1-2.
Again, Avery, look how shallow the outfielders are. Really no respect for Levi Parker. If he could get into one, hit one down the line, if he could get one down to the warning track somewhere, he would easily clear the bases. They're wary of that little dink shot that Levi has done a lot of times this year.
1 ball and 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch upstairs, 2-2.
And a good hole. They play him to go the other way. The center fielder on the shortstop side of second. So right center field would be the sweet spot here for Levi.
For sure. A lot of room out there. 2-2 pitch. Outside 3-2. And now I would really say the pressure's on Sagendorf. Bases loaded, 3-2 pitch. I'm sure he's on one of his last batters of the game.
And Dylan Muka, who's been Mr. Hot, is standing on deck for the Broncos.
Don't want to let Levi Parker on for free, excuse me. Full count pitch. foul down the third base line and out of play.
The old merry-go-round, Avery. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 3-2 count. Everyone's going. Everyone in movement here, which makes it, I think, hard also on the infielders because there's runners going in your way, and you know the play, your only play is going to be at first base.
Yep. Three balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th, bases loaded. The pitch fought off by Levi Parker on his hands and somehow muscled the pitch and foul.
You know, I think it was going to be a ball. He almost had to avoid it, but again, it's such a big situation. You don't want to not swing and get rung up, so that was an absolute emergency swing by Parker.
And now, get to see another pitch. 3-2 pitch. Outside, and Levi Parker draws a walk. A great at-bat, and that'll be it for Sagendorf as the Broncos get within 2, and the hottest hitter for the Broncos coming up in Dylan Muka. Bases loaded, bottom of the 6th. We'll be back with more Broncos baseball and a new pitcher for the Twins coming up here on YouTube. And Dylan Muka, the batter for the Broncos, as Wade Stramps on third, Morgan Oliver on second, and Levi Parker on first. A base hit could tie this game for the Broncos. New pitcher into the game is Tyler Shane. Tyler Shane, a right-handed pitcher. The first pitch to Muka gets the outside corner call, 0-1. Could have gone either way on that strike call. The 0-1 pitch hit down the left field line, and now Shane jumps ahead right away, 0-2.
Outfielders playing back to normal, although out in left field, Dylan Dillard does play a little more shallow with the left-handed hitting Dylan Muka up there.
No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch. Outside, 1-2.
Great 0-2 pitch there from Shane. Not on the plate, but it made Dylan think about it.
1 ball and 2 strikes now. Bases loaded for the Broncos. Dylan Muka, the batter. The pitch is hit to left center, left field, and that catch is made by Dylan Dillard. But the Broncos get one across. They trail 6-4, top of the 7th coming up here from McDonald Stadium. So the Broncos cut into the deficit. They trail 6-4. And Kurt, one thing that we've seen the Broncos struggle with these last couple games is leaving the bases loaded.
Yeah.
And although they did get a run with the bases loaded off the Levi Parker walk, they still had a chance to really make more of that opportunity.
Well, and in that inning, you get the bases loaded, but all of that with just one hit, Avery. Michael Muka's single was the only hit of that inning. Dylan put a good swing on it, but Dylan Dillard hadn't played really well. But that was one of those, again, a little bit further out, and you scored probably 3 runs, and that was just what I was thinking during the break, was how many times the bases have been left loaded, and it seems like they do score a run or two, but just haven't been able to put that big inning together. But they're back within 2 here, so we'll focus on the positive. And a nice job by Tyler Shane.
Yep, came in and really made short work of Dylan Muka. Didn't even throw a ball. As Azell down in this count 2-1 to Chase Rader, the third baseman. The 2-1 pitch inside, 3-1. Azell really pitching Rader inside in this at bat.
Azell he delivers from the third base side of the mound. He starts on the first base side, but his momentum, he's a sidewinder. He comes from the third base side, and if his pitches aren't accurate, they are going to go inside on you.
Next pitch is missed from Rader. And 3-2. Three balls and 2 strikes to Chase Rader. The pitch, foul off his foot. We'll do it again.
That just can't feel good. Pitch Barrington, inside corner, you fight it off, and you foul it right off your foot. And these guys, they're young and tough, because Rader seemed to be fine, but that looked like it could have hurt.
Yeah. Looked like hit him right on the inside of his foot. 3-2 pitch from Trevor Azell. Foul down the third base line.
Great play by David Albritton at third base there, the head coach at third base. Picked that one clean.
Give him a glove.
I like how their coach wears the high stockings too. He wears the stirrups up to the knees.
3-2 pitch. Azell doesn't want to lose Rader here. 3-2 pitch. Also chopped, foul down the third base line. After scoring a run, the Broncos really want to come back and obviously want to get them 1-2-3, but keep the momentum on their side.
And 2-3-4 coming up for El Dorado in the home half of the 7th.
Lane, Hogan, and Schmitz. 3-2 pitch from Azell. Gets him on a strikeout and inside pitch. One retired here in the top of the 7th.
I don't want to jinx Trevor Azell, Avery, but it was a tough night for Garrett Bowman. Henry Weiler was just kind of so-so, had control problems, but Trevor Azell has come in and really calmed the waters here, and Derby really hasn't threatened. Again, they sent 8 men to the plate in the first inning, 8 more in the second inning, but nothing like that ever since.
And even to add to that point, the Broncos haven't faced more than 4 batters in an inning since the second. 1 ball, no strikes to Juan Rivera. Pitch in there, 1-1.
For whatever reason, lately, the Broncos have just gotten off to slow starts. We saw it last night. We saw it against Wellington. The last 2 times we've seen Wellington here. Of course, at Wellington, the Broncos scored 5 in the top of the first, but eventually lost 7-5 on the 4th of July.
Next pitch from Azell outside, 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. To Rivera, the pitch. Shot to the shortstop, Morgan Oliver. And he'll throw Rivera out at first. Too bad there wasn't a guy on first. Oliver pretty much had to step on second there just to make that play. Could have been an easy double play. 2 outs. And Ross Grosvenor.
Quade Adams now loosening up down in the El Dorado bullpen. Quade was really good last night in his 1 inning of work.
Azell's pitch high and inside, 1-0. Next pitch from Trevor Azell. Hit to Hogan at third. He'll make the play. And Azell gives a fist pump off the mound, rightfully deserved. He goes 1, 2, 3 here in the top of the 7th. The Broncos bring up 2, 3, 4 whole hitters. We'll bring it to you as it's stretch time here at McDonald Stadium. More El Dorado Broncos baseball coming up. So Sam Lane, the batter first for the Broncos, down 6-4.
Avery for Nick Sagendorf, the starter for Derby tonight, 5 2/3 innings, gave up 4 runs on 6 hits, 6 walks, and 1 hit batter. So a lot of opportunities were given by Sagendorf that El Dorado did not take advantage. That's 7 free runners there for the Broncos, that, along with the 6 hits. So they had people out on the base pass, just didn't, again, not stringing hits together, which we talked about a lot last night, how Hayesville did such a great job. They'd get 2 outs in an inning and then 3 straight hits. And Derby here tonight, first batter got out in the first inning and then 6 straight batters reached.
Sam Lane ahead in this at-bat, 3-1. 3-1 pitch to Lane. Is hit out to center field. It's carrying, and a great play by Tyler Eager, who reached up and made the grab. And a big out. Sam Lane up 3-0 in that at-bat. And now Max Hogan. And Kurt, I'd like to say tonight, one of my favorite last names in the MLB, but Stephanie Farquhar from, actually no location on here, but giving a shout out to nephew Max Hogan. So he is up right now. So thank you, Stephanie Farquhar, for listening. And Seattle Mariners pitcher Danny Farquhar.
Is she related to Danny?
I cannot confirm or deny that.
We need to know, because that's a unique last name.
Mm-hmm.
And you got your picture taken with Danny Farquhar at Kauffman Stadium.
And I think as Max Hogan, a base hit off the shortstop's glove, and a single for him. Spelled the same way?
Yep.
Stephanie, we need to know this.
Well, and her good mojo to Max Hogan got Max a base hit here with one away in the 7th inning, and the Broncos trailing by 2. Max has been hitting the ball pretty well. He had a decent night last night, Avery, and 2 singles already tonight and 1 RBI. George Hogan emails us or messages us a lot. He watches and listens, and we had the great pleasure of meeting him.
Also, real quick, Julie Hauser says hi from Steve and Julie Hauser from Omaha, Nebraska tonight. They're watching their son Greg, and they are happy to say they will be in town next weekend.
All right.
For Parents Weekend. We look forward to it as the Broncos host the Liberal Blue Jays. They also say, "Go Broncos." Yes, we will. RSVP for you, Julie. So the first pitch to Smitch is popped up to the third baseman. And 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Well, again, just some bad fortune here for the Broncos. Sam Lane, that leadoff hit, what a catch by Eager out in center field. If he doesn't come up with that, that's a double, maybe a triple. Hogan gets a single. But instead, Lane's out. Hogan does single still, and Schmitz with a pop out, and now need a little 2-out love from Michael Muka here.
First pitch as Hogan takes second, and he's there. Keeps his hand on the bag, and a stolen base from Max Hogan.
Second one for him tonight, Avery.
And both of them, he really has gotten good jumps on them.
And I'll be honest, I haven't thought of Max Hogan as the base stealer of this team, but he's looked good. He got an excellent jump there.
No balls and a strike to Muka. His pitch and out to center field. It's carrying. It's got the distance, and it's off the wall. 1 run will score. Muka around second, headed to third, and he slides into third with a triple. And another center fielder who's hurt out in center field, and
Eager hit the wall hard, Avery.
For the second straight night, we've seen a center fielder really collide into that wall. And I don't know if you can see it from the video, but that wall doesn't have much give to it.
There's not the padding that you see on in the major league fences.
And so we hope Tyler Eager will be okay here. He really hit that wall. He was able to stand up and throw the ball back into play, but after that, fell right back down to the ground. But how about Michael Muka delivering with a huge triple and cutting the deficit to 1 as the Twins lead 6-5.
Last night, with the breeze blowing out to center, that's an easy home run. Tonight, Michael had to do all of that on his own with the strength, of course, of the pitch from Shane. But that was well struck, and Eager really never gave up, Avery. He even when he felt the warning track at his feet, he just kept on going and crashed into that wall. Was able to, like you said, get to his feet and get the ball in. But then after that, it was like after the adrenaline, it was like, oh wow, that really hurt. Yeah. and we hope he's all right. Which
he appears to be probably coming out of the game here.
Yeah.
He is walking out on his own power, so we're happy to see that, but not well enough to stay in the game. Real quick, Kurt, Stephanie Farquhar, they're from Tulsa.
Yes.
And she says, and I quote, "We are not related to the Farquhar player you are speaking of that we know of." So,
all right.
So I guess maybe there's some research for you to do. You might be inheriting some big bucks over there, Stephanie.
Yeah, no kidding. They may want to look into that. They might. There might be some Mariner money there.
But if you want to look him up, Danny Farquhar plays for the Seattle Mariners. So there you go.
I bet you they've heard that before. Here comes Ty Reddington, Avery. He's going to come out to right field. It looks like Jared Flax is going to move over to center field. And Eager is running off, so that's good to see, much like Sam Lane. Maybe more precautionary, and I think that's what happened last night with Sam, and I think the same here with Tyler Eager.
Still have to give him credit, though. He really collided with that fence.
Reddington will be into your scorebook now in the third spot.
And so now Cameron Knight will be the batter with the tying run just 90 feet away for the Broncos.
The Derby was just so on fire the first 2 innings, Avery. Great job by Trevor Zell to really shut the door, and now the offense has been nibbling a little bit. Got a run last inning, and now a huge 2-out triple there by Michael Muka. And like you said, Cameron Knight can tie this game up.
So the first pitch tonight, inside, 1-0.
Same 2 teams right here on Tuesday, and again at Derby on Thursday.
One-0 pitch, fouled off. One ball and 1 strike to Cameron Knight, the catcher for the Broncos. 2 outs. The pitch, a good slider. 1-2.
You could see the knees of Cameron there buckle as that ball was started at him and then just gently darted across the plate.
2 strikes now. Knight really has to play on the defense. 1-2 pitch is hit out to center field, and it drops for a base hit, and the Broncos tie this ball game up. What hitting there on a 1-2 pitch. Just reached out, and Knight got a hold of it. Blooped it right in front of the center fielder, and now Wade Stramp will try his turn.
Well, exactly how you described it. You said he had to get defensive up there, and that's exactly what he did. There was a pitch on the outside. He just wanted to make some contact, and he flipped it over the shortstop's head for an RBI single, and that's 2 hits with 2 outs here for the Broncos.
Something we have not seen a whole lot of lately. Good to see, though. Now Wade Stramp. First pitch to him. In there for a strike, 0-1. A 1 pitch in the turf. Good stop by Orth. And 1-1. One ball, 1 strike. Cameron Knight on first. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes. The pitch. Outside, 2-2. Stramp has walked twice tonight and also flied out to the third baseman. And a balk is called against Shane. So that is actually a pretty big play there, as that'll now put Cameron Knight in scoring position, and a base hit would give the Broncos a lead here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. Knight on second, Wade Stramp the batter. The 2-2 pitch, way up high, 3-2. Waiting on deck would be Morgan Oliver. It's good to see these Broncos fight back. Really what we saw early in the season and what we've missed out on midway through. The 3-2 pitch is missed. Some heat from Tyler Shane, and he will get the Twins out of this inning, but not before the Broncos can put 2 runs on the board and tie this game at 6. We head to the top of the 8th inning. More El Dorado Bronco baseball coming up here on YouTube. So, Kurt, the Broncos show some fight, and they come back and tie this game at 6, put up a run in the bottom of the 6th and 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th, and they look to make the comeback all the way and come back and win this game. Tied at 6, and we'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, tremendous job by the Broncos to get right back into this game, and, well, off the hook is Garrett Bowman as this game's tied, and now Trevor Azell and Tyler Shane are your pitchers of record right now. Top of the 8th inning, and the Twins have 8, 9, and 1 coming up. And the first batter is Colin Neville. He looks at ball 1. Neville grounded into a 6-4-3 double play in the first, walked and was gunned down stealing second in the third, and he struck out in the 5th inning against Azell. And he looks at strike 1. That strikeout in the 5th, there was a good battle between Neville and Azell, and eventually Neville swung at a pitch that may have been outside of the strike zone. 1 ball, 1 strike to Colin Neville. And the pitch, and hit towards second base, and Azell is going to grab it himself and retire Neville himself. 1 unassisted. And again, that's just kind of athlete Trevor Azell is. He is just all over the place. He plays the game hard.
I mean this in the nicest way. He's kind of like a little Energizer bunny out there. He just is everywhere, and that ball, he just wanted to take it himself, and he's got good speed on him, and he just ran over and touched first base on that play.
5 in a row retired by Azell. Austin Orth bounces one out to short. Oliver's got it. He fires over to Stramp to retire Orth. And a nice 2 quick outs here for the Broncos and Trevor Azell and Everett. The momentum on El Dorado's side, I'll tell you what, they'd love to get a 4 or 5 pitch inning, 3 outs, and get right back up to the dish.
Yeah, if Azell can get Flax here, 3 of the last 4 innings, he will face the minimum.
And if you're tuning in a bit late, that's wasn't what we were seeing in the first 2 innings. Here's the top of the order, Jared Flax. Derby sent 8 to the plate in the first inning. In fact, 6 straight Twins reached. They sent 8 more to the plate in the second inning. Both those 2 innings, Derby scored 3 runs apiece. 1 ball and no strike here to Flax. And he whacks one out to center field. And with a beat on it is Muka, or Sam Lane, I should say. Lane catches it maybe a step shy of the warning track to retire the side. And that was about a 5 or 6 pitch inning, and Trevor Azell stomping his way into the El Dorado dugout. Broncos and Twins tied at 6. We head to the bottom of the 8th. You're watching and listening to Bronco Baseball here on YouTube. So we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Derby led this game at one point 6-1. Looked like it was going to be a really long night for the Broncos, but El Dorado scored 2 in the bottom of the second to make it 6-3. They scored 1 in the 6th inning to make it 6-4, and then 2 more in the 7th inning to tie this game up at 6. And the Twins have made a pitching change. It's A.J. Franks coming in. So Tyler Shane goes 1 1/3. He gave up 3 hits and 2 runs. He had 1 strikeout, 1 balk as well, and that did not come back to hurt him. Morgan Oliver will lead off the bottom of the 8th inning for the Broncos. Oliver 0 for 3, reached on an error as last time. Although it could have gone as a hit. Oliver fouls it off. A.J. Franks, right-handed pitcher from Seal Beach, California. So you got a couple of Californians battling here. Franks and Oliver. Morgan Oliver from Solana Beach, California. Franks pitches one in, and it's in for a strike. And another sidearm pitcher. Pitches a lot like Joe Kennedy, a little like Trevor Azell even. No balls and 2 strikes to shortstop Morgan Oliver. Oliver, California native, goes to school at Central Michigan, playing summer ball in El Dorado, Kansas. Franks delivers. Oliver bounces up the middle to short. Kirk's got it and fires a strike for the first out of the inning. So Levi Parker comes up. With all the action that's gone on here tonight, you know what can get lost in is Levi Parker's single back in the 2nd inning. You might remember Parker got up there right after that double play for Morgan Oliver, and there was just a runner at third with 2 outs, and Parker chopped one out to short. Kirk hesitated, may have bobbled, I don't know, he took his time, crow hopped a bit, and Parker beat out the throw to first base. And really, it should have been a routine 6-3 out of the inning, but Parker, hustling, was given a single and an RBI, and that was the second run of that 2nd inning for El Dorado. Really a big play in this game. 6-6 right now. No balls and a strike to Parker from A.J. Franks. Franks' sidearm delivery, low, ball 1. 6-10-1 for Derby. 6-9-0 for El Dorado. Levi Parker, 9th batter in the order for the Broncos, and he'll swing and miss. And again, the outfield, they really play in. Boy, center field, Jared Flax, way in. Probably closer to second base than he is the outfield wall. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Franks delivering, and that's outside, ball 2. Should be a fun night tomorrow night. Hope you'll make it out to the ball yard. If not, we'll have the broadcast here on YouTube. The Wellington Heat come into town to take on the Broncos. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And it's ball 3. Derby comes back here on Tuesday night, so we'll have that call for you as well. So a Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday homestand. A road game to Derby Thursday, and then 3 more with Liberal here to close out the home portion of the schedule. So a busy close here at McDonald Stadium. And Parker fouls one off. Again, I don't know how many times I said the schedule and said Derby, the July 8th game was at Derby, but just realized that that game is home. So I apologize for that. 6-6 our score. A full count to Levi Parker with 1 away in the bottom of the 8th inning. And the pitch, and Parker fouls it off. For those of you coming this weekend for Parents Weekend, if you haven't been to McDonald Stadium, you know, you obviously can sit in the stands, which is a great view. But I love when we roam around here and you can sit right behind home plate. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Levi Parker, and a high chopper. It's going to be foul. So if you bring your lawn chair, you can sit right behind home plate. You know those seats you see like on all the Major League games? I always envy those folks that are right behind home plate. Well, you can do that here for free. So Lots of great seats to watch exciting baseball here at McDonald Stadium. And if you are planning on coming and haven't made your reservations with Vicky Bell, by all means, you can let us know or get a hold of Vicky, let her know that you're coming. Lots going on this weekend with Parents Weekend. Full count here to Levi Parker. He's fouled off a couple of them, and he'll look at ball 4. Another excellent at-bat by Levi Parker. So Dylan Muka, who had reached base 7 straight times until he flew out to left field in the 6th inning, which left the bases loaded, now comes up with 1 away in the bottom of the 8th inning. Levi Parker's got good speed down at first base. Dylan Muka officially 2 for 3 tonight. And Parker scurries back to first base as A.J. Franks fires one over there. Franks kind of an open stance as he gets his sign. It makes it easier to go peek over to first base. Now he's set on the hill. Takes a deep breath and still waiting. Now delivers home and off the plate. Ball 1. Sam Lane will be next for the Broncos. Lane had a nearly a big hit, a line drive out to center field, a terrific catch by then center fielder Tyler Eager, who later in the inning was hurt crashing into the center field wall. Not a huge lead by Parker over at first. And the pitch to Muka is high and away. Ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. And now Franks, who's had his attention over at Parker at first, better focus on Dylan Muka now. Parker again about a 3-step lead off the first. And the pitch, and got the corner. Big pitch there by Franks. Very close to being 3-0. Instead, it's 2-1. 6-6, bottom of the 8th. The Broncos have battled back from a 6-1 deficit here tonight. Franks with a look over at first. Dylan Muka waits, and the pitch is off the plate. Ball 3. Sam Lane will be next. 1 away here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Dylan Muka from Southern Illinois. He's from Centennial, Colorado. So 3 balls and 1 strike. And the pitch is in there for strike 2. Now, what does Chad Gerlich want to do? This is one of those counts. Dylan Muka is a good contact hitter. Levi Parker down at first base. This could be a hit-and-run opportunity for the Broncos. Parker with a little bit of a lean towards second. He's going. The pitch is hit down to third base. Only play is over at first. So the hit and run keeps the Broncos out of a double play. And here comes Sam Lane with 2 outs in the 8th inning and a runner in scoring position in Levi Parker. Sam Lane's had a frustrating night at the plate. They ground out to first, which was a productive out, moved Dylan Muka from second to third. Then a rare double play Lane hit into, a 6 unassisted to 3. A fielder's choice in the 5th and a scorched one in the 7th inning out to center field. That was a tremendous catch by Eager. And Lane way behind a fastball, whistled it off the Derby dugout fence. It ricocheted past the first base coach of El Dorado and into right field. Flax plays fairly close here out in center field. Sam Lane with an 0-1 count. Pretty much straight away, though, they'll play Lane. Here's the pitch, and Lane fights it off foul. But a big hole now for the University of Texas Tyler product, Sam Lane. No balls and 2 strikes. Chase Gulzo is warming down in the pen. Boy, a base hit here by Lane could score Parker, and the Broncos would really be set up for the 9th inning with their closer, Chase Gulzo. 6-6, bottom of the 8th. 2 strikes on Sam Lane, and the pitch, and a swing and a miss. And we'll head to the 9th inning tied. El Dorado and Derby, 6 apiece. You're watching and listening to Bronco Baseball here on YouTube. It's been a good battle here tonight between Derby and El Dorado. And Avery, the Broncos last night fell behind early on the Nate Clark 3-run homer. Tonight, Eager hit a 2-run homer for Derby. They went up 3-0 after one, but a little better bounce back tonight by the Broncos. A little better response than last night.
Yeah, it is. And Broncos, they came into this game 7.5 games behind Derby, and I know we're getting late in the season, but with as many head-to-head matchups, and you never know, so every game is so important. So the Broncos really need to win this game, get within 6.5 games, and just play every game against them competitively and see what happens.
Trevor Estelle back on the hill for the Broncos here in the 9th inning, and he'll face Kirk, Reddington, and Dillard. Tanner Kirk swings and misses at strike one. Kirk tonight, 1 for 4. He scored a run and had a sacrifice fly for an RBI. He also flew into a double play as he looks at strike two. Back in the 6th inning, you might remember, with Jared Flax at first, what we think was a hit and run. Flax was stealing. Kirk hit a fly ball out to right field that Michael Muka caught, and they were able to get it to Stramp over at first to get a double play, and fly out to 9-3 double play, and Trevor Estelle 3-pitch strikeout of Tanner Kirk. Talk about how momentum can change in a season, Avery, in baseball. Well, even in a single 9-inning game, how the momentum. I mean, this does not look like the same Derby team that was swinging the bat so free and easy in the first 2 innings tonight.
Yeah, this is a totally different team. It looks like went 6 innings or 7 innings of scoreless play.
Ty Reddington's first at bat of the night, the Mulvane native, and he'll swing and miss at strike one. And Trevor Estelle, again, he's one of those guys you don't have to look very hard to see how he's feeling. Some guys are stone-faced. Trevor Estelle shows his emotions, and you love that kind of player out there. He plays hard, and he is whistling in strikes right now. Reddington fouls it off, and 5 straight strikes for Estelle to start the 9th inning. No balls and 2 strikes to Ty Reddington. Reddington goes to school here in El Dorado, but playing for Derby this summer. And the 0-2 pitch is just off the plate, ball 1. Close. So Reddington from Mulvane plays college ball here in El Dorado, and he plays summer ball Derby, which for those of you that don't know, Derby and Mulvane are pretty close to each other. As Reddington is rung up, looking back-to-back looking strikeouts for Trevor Estelle, and that'll bring up Dylan Dillard. Dillard was hit by a pitch in the 1st inning, hit by a pitch in the 2nd inning, hit by a pitch in the 4th inning, and then that at-bat that you were calling in the 6th, Avery, I was just really nervous, and I was really glad nothing bad came about it. I didn't care if Dillard got a single, a double, triple, if he made out. I just didn't want to see him get hit again.
Yeah,
and he didn't.
Like you said, I don't think there was anything really brewing between any of these guys, but just to be safe, glad to see that that Dillard didn't get hit on that 4th at bat.
Yeah, he grounded out to 3rd. So hopefully all that's over, and a foul ball to strike 1. Estelle, curveball. Oh, boy, I guess it was low. It caught the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Broncos got 1+ inning from Garrett Bowman, got 2 1/3 from Henry Weiler, and Trevor Zell has been just dynamic since he entered this game in the 4th inning. In fact, when he came in the 4th, he induced a flyout. Then he picked off Chase Rader off of first, and he has been cruising ever since. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the very dangerous Dylan Dillard. Zell delivers and close to hitting him. Again, Dillard turns what you're supposed to do as a batter. The ball's coming in. First thing you're supposed to do is turn your head. So at times that does kind of get that shoulder in there, but he's doing what you're supposed to do. Now he may lean a little bit on that turn, but 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Zell hit him on the arm. So how many times do you see a guy get hit 4 times, and the umpire looking into the Derby dugout?
And I think you heard some words from the Derby dugout. And, the umpire turned around and said it's a 2-2 pitch. He's not trying to hit him. That's just a pitch that didn't break. If you think Trevor Zell wants to put a runner on here in the top of the 9th, you're wrong.
And the first pitch swung on by Chase Rader, skied out to right field. Michael Muka's under it and makes the catch. Well, Dylan Dillard may need some ice bags after this game on that left arm and left shoulder. Trevor Zell may need some ice as well. He has really pitched very well for El Dorado. We head to the bottom of the 9th inning, all tied up at 6. You're watching and listening to Bronco Baseball on YouTube. Well, welcome back. We head to the bottom of the 9th inning and a chance for the Broncos Avery to walk off here against Derby. This would be one of those games, I think, that could maybe, there's still several games on the schedule remaining, and you talked about it. With as many head-to-head matchups that you have with Derby, you've played Wellington close. No reason to think you can't put together a little hot streak together here at the end, and I think this would be an excellent kickstart to that if El Dorado could come away with a win.
Can only do it in walk-off fashion.
Max Hogan leading off, and we've got some relation from Max Hogan, right? Sandy, is that right, Sandy?
Stephanie Farquhar.
Stephanie Farquhar. So we need some more of that good mojo for Max, who singled and scored his last at bat. No balls and a strike, and he looks at ball 1. Hogan, actually 2 singles tonight, an RBI single in the 1st inning. He was plunked in the 3rd inning. Flew out to short in the 5th, singled and scored in the 7th inning. Leading off the 9th inning. From the University of Arkansas, Max Hogan bounces one out to Kirk at shortstop, and a quick exchange and about 1 hopper over to Neville, who makes a nice, easy pick to retire Max Hogan. We mentioned, I was talking about Levi Parker's at bat there in the 2nd when he grounded to shortstop, but made it because Tanner Kirk held on to the ball a little too long. That time, a very quick exchange after fielding it and throwing it down to first base. So not taking any chances as Tanner. And that's how you learn. So Zach Fields is going to come in and pinch hit for Jonathan Schmitz. In fact, Fields will probably be the new DH if we go longer than 9 innings. Zach Fields getting a night off. Been pretty regular over at first base ever since the injury to Brandon Cuddy. And Zach Fields homered last night. He leads the team with home runs. He has 6.
Got to be careful here, though, because Fields can put one over the fence.
Sidewinder, A.J. Franks comes in with a strike. And, if he can keep it, his arm angle is low. If he keeps it along the knees, he can keep Fields in the park. If that ball starts elevating, Zach has certainly enough power to turn and end this game. No balls and 1 strike. And the pitch and a fastball right past Zach, and it's 0-2. Michael Mook will be next. Tough night for Jonathan Schmitz, Avery, as he went 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts, grounded into a double play. So not a bad decision here from Chad Gerwick to try Zach Fields out. No balls and 2 strikes, 1 away here in the bottom of the 9th, and the pitch outside, ball 1. 7 p.m. game here tomorrow night, the Wellington Heat on maybe the hottest day of the summer tomorrow. The Heat will be here. The Heat will be here, and it is here. How's that? Fields, swing and a miss, strike 3. So 2 away here in the 9th, and Michael Muka will come up. Michael, RBI triple in the 7th inning. Drilled it deep to center field, and that was the ball that Tyler Eager just ran so hard after and crashed into the center field wall and ended his night. He did walk off the field and seemed to be all right, but maybe a little bit rattled. And the first pitch to Michael is a ball. A.J. Franks has done a nice job here in the 9th. Not falling behind hitters. Cameron Knight would be next if Muka could reach. Derby hoping to get this one to extra frames. 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, tied up at 6. And the pitch is in there for a strike. A.J. Franks, really a very silky smooth delivery. Sidearm, but he doesn't look quirky. Sometimes you watch sidearmers and they do look a little quirky. Even Trevor Rizal kind of looks a little quirky, but Franks is very fluent. Ball 2. Which, again, not saying anything bad about Trevor. He's been awesome tonight.
How could you?
And sometimes that quirkiness or that herky-jerkness is an advantage, for sure. 2 balls and a strike here to Michael Muka. And the pitch looks low, and it is 3-1. Boy, you'd love to get Michael Muka's speed out on the base pads with Cameron Knight coming up next. Sometimes sidearm pitchers, too, are sometimes easier to steal on as well. But looking forward a lot there. Let's see what happens here on this 3-1 pitch to Michael Muka. And the pitch is laced out to shortstop. Nice pick there by Kirk over to first, and we're going to extra innings. 6-6. We're heading to the 10th. You're listening and watching to Bronco Baseball here on YouTube. And welcome back. And Avery, the last time we did extra innings here, we did a lot of extra innings. 14, actually, I guess 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We did 5 extra innings, a game that Wellington eventually beat our Broncos 4-3. So if you're a Bronco fan, we hope for a better finish with the Twins tied up at 6, and we'll send it back over to Avery Olsen.
Juan Rivera going to be the first batter for the Twins. The first pitch to him outside. 1-0. Trevor Rizal back out on the mound for another, hopefully, full inning of work. 1 ball, no strike to Rivera. The pitch hit right back at Azell. Man, almost hit him. And a single for Rivera.
Just the third hit that Derby has managed off of Azell, and he's gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 2/3 innings.
And the Broncos, Chad Gerwick makes his way out to the mound. I don't think Azell wants to be taken out here. And a new batter, I believe. Jacob Swiney. And that'll be it for Azell. But how about it? He comes in to this game in the fourth, doesn't give up a run. Really pitched magnificent tonight and kept the Broncos in this game. We will be back with more of this game as we are in the top of the 10th. Broncos 6, Twins 6. More baseball coming up here from McDonald's Stadium. New pitcher into the game for the Broncos, Chase Gulzo. And the batter, well, they're going to have a pinch hitter, is Jacob Swiney. Right-handed stick. We'll try and see if he can get on. There's already Juan Rivera is on first.
Avery, do you think Swiney has come in to hit, or do you think he's come in to sacrifice?
Very well could see the sacrifice. Colin Neville on deck, and then Austin Orth.
I wouldn't think Gulzo, boy, the way he brings it in, he'd be a tough guy to bunt against, but that's certainly what the situation calls for Coach Albritton and the Derby Twins.
So we'll see what happens here. Swiney, the batter. Gulzo, the new pitcher. Rivera on first. First pitch from Gulzo. He shows bunt. He gets it down, and it's a good one. At first base. And he is going to be, he wasn't tagged, I don't think, but he was out of the baseline. As Stramp got that ball and tried to apply the tag. So Swiney comes on and does his job. And advances Rivera to second.
Yeah, tough decision there for Stramp. Do you let it go foul? Do you wait? Do you field it? And then he was looking at second, and fortunately, Swiney was out of the baseline there because that could have been big trouble first and second with no outs. Instead, runner at second and 1 out.
And Colin Neville, who really the Twins have had a lot of success batting, especially early tonight. He is 0 for 3. First pitch from Gulzo is outside 1-0. 1-0 pitch from Chase Gulzo. It and out of play. Foul ball evens up the count at 1-1.
In that 22-8 romp by El Dorado, it was Colin Neville who also had a home run in that game. That was a game that Derby hit 3 home runs. They only scored 8 runs, but 3 were off long balls, and Neville certainly has that capability. He's dropped down to the 8 spot in their order, which makes you think maybe he's been slumping a little bit. He was batting higher up the previous times against El Dorado.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Swung on and missed. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Rivera on second. Gulzo could really use a strikeout here. Austin Orth on deck. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch. Hit to Levi Parker at second. A big bounce. He takes control of it. And a high throw, but Stramp comes down on the bag just barely in time to get out Colin Neville. And it looked like the correct call from this angle. Obviously, we're not on the field, but it looked like Stramp's toe got on there before Neville's foot did.
That's why I like, I played middle infield. I'd like to see Parker circle that ball a little bit, get his momentum coming towards first, and make that throw a little bit easier. They made it a tougher play, and a great job by Stramp to get Neville by an eyelash.
And now Austin Orth. Juan Rivera on third. A base hit will give the Twins the lead here in the 10th.
Orth has been quiet ever since that double back in the second inning, which chased Garrett Bowman.
First pitch to him. In there, strike 1.
Rivera, Avery, just watching him, he was about halfway down the third base line, just ready to score on any pass, ball, or wild pitch from Chase Gulzo. Cameron Knight has to be a wall.
No balls and a strike. The pitch from Gulzo is missed. 0-2. So Chase jumps right ahead. But the thing is now, you don't really want to try to waste a pitch because you don't want anything to get past Knight.
You got to go right after him here. I think it's one of those cases where if you give up an 0-2 hit, it's okay. Like exactly what you said. You don't want to turf one here.
No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Gulzo versus Orth. The pitch is missed. And a big strikeout from Chase Gulzo. And the Twins leave a runner stranded at third here in the top of the 10th. We'll see if the Broncos can use this momentum to try to win this game here in the bottom half of this inning. Twins 6, Broncos 6. We head into the bottom of the 10th. More Broncos baseball coming up here on YouTube. Broncos and Twins tied at 6 as we head into the bottom of the 10th inning. I'd like to thank everyone who commented on our video tonight. Still can if you'd like. Tell us where you're listening from, who you're rooting for. I'd like to see all these parents and then getting even an RSVP Next weekend against Liberal, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is Parents' Weekend. So we hope the ballpark is filled here at McDonald Stadium.
And if you miss, obviously if you're here and you can't watch the game, they'll be archived. So when you go back home, you can, see that great hit that your son or that your nephew hit or, whoever it might be. And you can watch it over and over again.
Michael Muka. Hopefully this will be one to watch over and over again. Michael Muka, how about Cameron Knight, Wade Stramp, and Morgan Oliver. The batters here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Pitch by Knight is lifted right over, actually on top of the Twins dugout, gets out of play. 1-1.
The book closed on Trevor Azell. Avery 5 2/3, gave up 3 hits, had 4 strikeouts, no runs by Azell after Derby had scored 6 times in the first 2 innings.
Really came in and did a good job. 1 ball and 1 strike to Cameron Knight. A.J. Franks, the pitcher for the Twins, as Azell puts his hand up and calls time.
Knight's been hot, Avery. A couple more hits here tonight after he went hitless last night.
1-1 pitch outside, 2-1. It's really, you have to think, in extra innings to get the leadoff runner on base just puts you in a huge advantage, whether you're the home or the away team. All you're looking for is 1 run, because then you can maybe sacrifice, kind of like the Twins did. 2-1 pitch is grounded to the second baseman, Rivera. He makes a good throw. And 1 retired here in the bottom of the 10th.
Too bad for Cameron Knight. He was in a good hitter's count there. But for the Broncos, it seems like Hogan and Muka and their Knight, balls hit right at the infielders, either at Kirk at shortstop or their Rivera. Really, they didn't even have to move. They're positioned really well.
Now Wade Stramp, the first baseman for the Broncos. The pitch to him. Low, 1-0. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch. That one finds the outside corner, 1-1.
Talk about the good job of Trevor Azell. A.J. Franks has come in and done a nice job for Derby, Avery.
Looking to keep the Broncos still scoreless here in the bottom of the 10th. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch. Fouled down the third base line.
Both these teams have been victim of so many close losses, certainly El Dorado more so than Derby, just by looking at the records. So here's another one of those close games, Avery. Sure, the Broncos 6-15, several games behind Derby in the standings, but it goes to show how close these teams really are. It's just you need some good fortune late in games.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Pitch outside, 2-2. Just so many good players on each team. Sometimes it comes down to whether a ball just barely went foul, just barely went fair, what happened or what'd you do on an error. Comes down to little things in this game. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 1 out, bottom of the 10th inning. The pitch, base hit up the middle by Wade Stramp. And that'll bring up Morgan Oliver. Now, Kurt, will we see a bunt here with Levi Parker on deck? Or do you just let Morgan Oliver take a hack?
It's with 1 out already. I'd be surprised to see that play. But again, the home team always has the advantage in extra innings because you're basically playing 6 outs for 3. Because you're going to get 3 more for sure. Where Derby doesn't know if they're going to get 3 more. So it'll be interesting. I could see that play. But Morgan's been struggling with the stick.
A ball that almost hits Morgan. I'm surprised Morgan didn't try to sell that a little more, but he's a competitor. He's up there to swing the bat. He's not wanting a walk here. 1 ball, no strikes.
Pretty good hole in left center field right now. Dylan Dillard playing more of the line in left field, where the center fielder playing straight away.
1-0 pitch. is hit, and the shortstop with the catch. He can't double up Wade Stramp, but how about that, Kurt? A ball that off the bat looked like it was going to be a single right in front of center field. I thought ends up dying a little bit and caught by the shortstop, and now Levi Parker.
Yeah, off the bat it looked good, but it just had a little bit of loop, and Tanner Kirk, again, positioned beautifully in the right spot and very nearly doubled off Wade Stramp. Now 2 away, and Levi Parker, the number 9 batter, will try to come through for the Broncos.
Pitch in there, 0-1.
Outfield actually plays more straight away and not as shallow as we've seen them in other at-bats from Levi tonight, but you can't afford to let Levi go over your head in this situation.
No balls and a strike to Parker. 2 down here in the bottom of the 10th. The pitch. Outside. Stolen base from Cameron Knight, but he is called out. Stramp, excuse me. So that'll end this 10th inning. And that'll take us to the 11th. We're through 10. Twins 6, Broncos 6. More exciting extra inning baseball coming up.
Yep, that's what you got to do. It looks what it. What'd you do? Yeah.
So Chase Goulzo back out on the mound for the Broncos. And the game is tied at 6 here in the top of the 11th inning. The Twins have scored 6 runs on 11 hits. The Broncos have scored 6 runs on 10 hits. And the Twins will show Jared Flax, Tanner Kirk, and Ty Reddington. Kurt, I know the people watching can't see this, but the stands have gotten a little lighter here. I think a lot of people wanting a good night's rest before their Monday morning work week starts, so
thinned out a
little bit, but still some Bronco faithful and also some Twin faithful still here as we head into the top of the 11th inning. Goulzo's first pitch to Flax is inside 1-0.
And that's where we want everyone to know, you can watch the game. If you get tired, you have to go home, but you still want to catch the end of the game. We're the only one, I think, in the league that provides audio and video for free right here, so you can go back and watch and listen at home.
Best deal in the league, huh? As a ball is hit down the first base line, it was in the air for a while. Good play there by Wade Stramp. Really tried to run that ball down, just barely missed it. So, really new life for Jared Flax at 1-1. But yeah, as Kurt said, we are I think we're the only ones in the league that provide both video and audio, so we hope everyone takes advantage of that, and I hope everybody's enjoying it. 1 ball, 1 strike to Flax. Pitch grounded to Levi Parker at second. His throw, not a very good one, but Stramp makes a good play to tag out Flax. Parker, his last 2 throws at second have been either up high or to the side, but Stramp has done a good job on both of them to still record the outs.
And again, it's one of those things where I talk about circling the ball. Levi's in good position, but he's just waiting for the ball on his heels. If you kind of do a little circle and you come towards the ball, get your momentum coming to the base. you're going to make it easier on your first baseman. Levi needs to gain a little confidence again throwing the ball. It almost looks like it's maybe getting to his head a little bit here. And right now, Flax is staying down at first base, not buying the call, as Coach Albritton's over there arguing the call as well. Hard for us to tell whether the tag was made or not. The umpire's in a good position. Great job by Flax Avery. I love these guys, both teams. Routine ground balls to shorter second. You know what? It'd be easy at this time of night to say, well, I'm just going to kind of go 50% down the line. They're going all the way. They're going hard, and Flax makes it tough on the umpires on that play.
Derby coaches not really big fans of that call. They're letting both umpires know it, and this home plate umpire is really not letting them get away with too much.
Well, in the Derby dugout, their players are really kind of chattering right now, and the manager, the head coach is one thing to talk to the umpire, but the players, they've got to kind of assume their position here and try to keep the mouth shut. But it's a 6-6 game in the 11th inning, and the emotions are running high right now. And again, these are two teams that have lost a bunch of close games.
Chase Gulzo, one out, throws a strike to Tanner Kirk, gets ahead at 0-1.
Also, Avery, how big that play, you talk about getting your leadoff guy on in extra innings, whether it be by air or whatever. If Flax is on base there, that changes the whole complexion of this 11th inning.
And with his speed, that really changes this inning. 0-1 pitch, fouled off, 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. One down here in the top of the 11th. Gulzo with the pitch, and he gets Kirk chasing. And 2 outs.
Well, Chase Gulzo, he was the pitcher that went from the 8th inning to the 14th inning in that 14-inning pitch fest with Wellington, and Chase was really good, and he went an inning last night, and he was spotless, and so far so good tonight for Chase.
So 2 down here in the top of the 11th. Gulzo will face up against Ty Reddington. First pitch to Reddington is grounded down the third base line, foul. 0-1.
Reddington struck out looking, didn't like the call against Trevor Azell in the 9th inning. Reddington came in when Tyler Eager had to be removed after crashing into the center field wall.
No balls and a strike to Reddington. The pitch is missed by Reddington, and Gulzo way ahead, 0-2.
How about we give a little credit to the young fans for the Broncos here, really chattering it up here, trying to induce Ty Reddington to swing and miss.
Yeah,
love to see a little energy at the ball yard.
Especially this late at night.
Yeah.
They're thinking it's summertime. We don't have a bedtime tonight.
No school, no work probably for them.
No balls and 2 strikes to Reddington. The pitch inside, and Reddington, whether that hit him or not, he really sold it. Right after that pitch came in, he ran to first. And it looked like it probably got his jersey at least. So Gulzo loses Reddington at 0-2, and that'll bring up Dylan Dillard.
I'll tell you, with Azell and Gulzo, these are guys that don't give up the inside corner, but these Derby twin batters, they're not flying out of there either on these inside pitches. They're holding their ground. I mean, you just have two very determined. You got El Dorado pitchers who want to throw inside. You got Derby batters who aren't going to get out of your way. They're going to stay in there and protect the inside. And they've been hit numerous times, no more than Dylan Dillard here.
That's when the Broncos pitchers probably throw something outside there. As Reddington takes second. The throw. Got him at second. A great throw from Cameron Knight. And the Broncos head into the bottom of the 11th with some momentum. after they throw Ty Reddington out at second. We'll see if they can put a run on the board. We're tied at 6. We head to the bottom of the 11th here at McDonald Stadium. More El Dorado Broncos baseball coming up here on YouTube. So the El Dorado Broncos get out of what could have been trouble. Ty Reddington getting on by a hit, by a pitch, but Cameron Knight throws a strike to second to get Ty Reddington out. And the Broncos now coming to bat here in the bottom of the 11th. And Levi Parker, the hot-hitting Dylan Muka, and then Sam Lane. New pitcher into the game for the Twins, Sean McLaughlin. He throws his last warm-up pitch, and Levi Parker.
Avery, the Broncos not sad at all to see A.J. Franks leave. He went 3 innings, allowed just 1 hit, had 2 strikeouts and 1 walk. He was really good for the Twins as after that half inning, it looked like their first base coach was tossed out of the game. It was a long argument that ensued from the head coach, David Albritton, with the umpire. And eventually, they kind of broke it up, but looked like the first base coach was tossed. He was not happy with that tag of Flax or what he thought was a non-tag.
First pitch to Parker upstairs. Yeah, it really seemed like the Wellington or the Derby Twins coaches had really been on those umpires the last 2 innings. They had enough of it. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch down the middle. 1-1. One ball, 1 strike from McLaughlin to left-handed hitting Levi Parker. Checked his swing. He doesn't go.
Oh.
And Austin Orth did not like that. The umpire, I think he wanted him to check it at first base, and the umpire said he didn't go. Orth getting a little lippy with the home plate umpire. I'm surprised he even let him go that far, because when it comes to balls and strikes and check swings, usually it's pretty much what the umpires call is final.
Orth cooling down, really not even talking to the pitcher, and I'm surprised the umps aren't breaking up this long huddle out at the mound.
The umpire just standing there kind of staring down Orth with his hands on his hips.
Orth calming down, I'm sure, here. The worst thing for a catcher to do is really to look up, because it's like your roommates. You're back there in the same spot.
2-1 pitch from Parker is fouled off the screen. 2-2.
Laughlin did not fare well on this field, Avery, back in June. He went 2 innings, gave up 8 hits and 5 runs.
I was saying McLaughlin. I read that wrong in this sheet. Excuse me.
He's Mickless.
Sean Laughlin. 2-2 pitch. Gets the call on the bottom half of the strike zone and gets Parker looking.
It's kind of refreshing, Avery. I mean, we've seen some frustrated Broncos at times and some arguing with the umpires and whatnot. And it seems like tonight it's Derby that's really frustrated. The Broncos playing their game and doing their thing, and it's Derby that's really kind of unraveling with what's going on with the boys in blue.
First pitch to Dylan Muka skips in front of home plate, and then Austin North caught it on one bounce. 1 ball, no strikes to Dylan Muka. A 1-0 pitch inside, 2-0. Two balls, no strikes from Laughlin to Dylan Muka. 2-0 pitch. A little high, 3-0.
Sam Lane, Avery waiting on deck here.
3-0 pitch to Muka. Strike 1. Dylan Muka, the left fielder for the Broncos. 3-1 pitch is fouled. Out of play. 3-2.
Sean Laughlin, Avery, who lives in Overland Park, Kansas. He went to Coffeyville Community College. So he's familiar with this field.
3 balls and 2 strikes to Dylan Muka. The 3-2 pitch hit out to center field. It's carrying, but under it is Ty Reddington, and 2 down.
Yeah, it just seemed like that ball just kind of hung up there. It looked pretty well struck from Dylan. But he's retired and 2 away here in the 11th.
And now Sam Lane, the center fielder for the Broncos. Hits one out to the second baseman, Rivera. He makes a throw over to the first baseman, who kept his foot on the bag just barely. And the Broncos are retired here in the 11th. We head to the 12th. Twins 6, Broncos 6. More El Dorado baseball coming up here from McDonald Stadium. So the Broncos and Twins locked up at 6. We head to the top of the 12th. And here is Kurt for the 12th and what could be the 13th inning.
Dylan Dillard leading off for the Twins. He was hit in the first inning by Garrett Bowman. He was hit in the second inning by Henry Weiler. He was hit in the fourth inning again by Weiler. He was hit in the ninth inning by Trevor Ezell. 4 times Dillard has been plunked. And he swings at the first pitch from Gulzo, flying it out to right field, and Michael Muka will put it away.
Real quick, Kurt. First off, for everyone sticking around here in this one, thanks for keeping us on. Hi from Wayne and Tammy Knight, Cameron's mom and dad, who will also be here next weekend. And I know, like Zach Field's mom, if she's listening out on the East Coast, getting pretty late out there.
She's in Michigan.
Michigan Central.
Yeah.
People listening in Florida. We got some of those out there. Thanks for keeping us on here.
Yeah. You know, we like Cameron all through the season, but it's been fun watching him just continue to get better and better as the summer season has gone on, and he's been fun and has thrown the ball really well. I think we sometimes forget about his defense behind the plate there, as he's been throwing out runners tonight with no problem. Chase Rader at the dish, and he's looking at a 1-ball-and-1-strike count. Rader tripled and drove in Dylan Dillard in the first inning. A single and an RBI in the second inning. He was plunked in the fourth inning, struck out in the seventh, flew out to right field in the ninth inning. We're in the top of the 12th now, 6-6 our score. And Gulzo was able to fool Rader, and it's called a strike. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Juan Rivera waits on deck. Again, one of those nights, we've seen this before. The batters really had the advantage early on, but for the most part, it's in the pitching, especially for El Dorado in the last 10 innings. Derby scored all 6 of their runs in the first 2 innings. We're in the 12th inning now. Gulzo sets and deals. Ahead 1-2 and a ground ball out to Levi Parker. Takes it on a couple of hops. This time a much easier throw over to first and retires Rader. So 2 away, and here comes second baseman Juan Rivera. Rivera made things interesting in the 10th inning. He singled off of Trevor Azell. In fact, that was Azell's last batter. A sacrifice by Jacob Swiney, a ground out by Neville, and a strikeout of Orth got the Broncos out of harm's way, but being stranded on third base was Ron Rivera, and he was not happy about it. He was hoping one of his teammates was going to get that big hit and score him. So he faces Chase Gulzo with 2 outs here, and he looks at strike 1. Good night of baseball from El Dorado. The Broncos trailed by as many as 5 at 6-1. They've come all the way back to tie it. We're in the 12th inning, tied at 6, 2 outs. 3, 4, 5 are due up for the Broncos in the bottom half of the 12th inning. Chase Gulzo looking in. Long look in, and now stepping out is Rivera. Gulzo from Grand Island, Nebraska, plays his ball at Kearney in Nebraska, 6'3", 175. And he is best pitcher as far as ERA goes on the Broncos staff. And the pitch, Rivera way behind as he fought it off down the third base line. Rivera bats left-handed. Juan Rivera from Kissimmee, Florida. He is from the same place as Dylan Dillard. But Rivera goes to school at Delta State. 5'9", 175 is Rivera. Plays a good second base. He's got a couple of hits here tonight. No balls and 2 strikes. And Gulzo's pitch is fouled off. Oh, the kid's really getting into the game here. Just hounding every Derby batter that comes to the dish.
Nothing wrong with that.
Ah, it's fun to see. It's what they call home field advantage. No balls and 2 strikes. Gulzo is the 4th pitcher used by El Dorado tonight. 4 pitchers have been used by Derby as well. Sagendorf started against Garrett Bowman. Both those guys long gone. Here's Gulzo's pitch, and Rivera again shoots it foul. The Wellington Heat are in town tomorrow night. We'll go on the air right around 7 o'clock. These same Derby Twins here on Tuesday night. We will not have coverage of the Broncos when they travel to Derby on Thursday, and then we'll have the games Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with the Liberal BJs here over the weekend. El Dorado will still have, 2 and 3, 5, 6 more games, but they're all road games to close out the final week of the season. Cameron Knight behind the plate, and he and Chase Gulzo not on the same page there, and Rivera eventually steps out again. No balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs here in the top of the 12th inning. 6-6 tie. And Gulzo's pitch goes off speed. Rivera hits it, but it's pretty easy for Sam Lane as he makes the catch, and that ends the 12th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We head to the home half of the 12th. 6-6, Derby and El Dorado. Back in a moment here on YouTube. And welcome back. Derby and El Dorado just having a great battle here tonight. El Dorado trailed 6-1. They tied it in the 7th, but ever since the 7th, talking about the 8th inning, the 9th inning, the 10th, and the 11th, the last 4 innings for El Dorado, they've only managed 2 base runners, one on a walk. That was Levi Parker. He advanced to second before being stranded. Wade Stramp had a single in the 10th inning, but he was cut down trying to steal. So the Broncos haven't threatened much in the last 4 innings. They'll see what they can do here. Max Hogan leading off the bottom of the 12th inning. Hogan singles in the 1st and 7th inning. Hit by pitch in the 3rd, flew out to short in the 5th. And he gets under one here and pops it to second base. Juan Rivera camps under it and retires Max Hogan. Again, trying to get that leadoff guy, it's so important in extra innings, and El Dorado just hasn't been able to do it. In the 10th inning, Knight was retired. In the 11th inning, it was Parker striking out, and now here in the 12th, Max Hogan is retired as the leadoff batter. Here's Zach Fields. Fields came in for Schmitz in the 9th inning as a designated hitter, and he struck out. Not much production tonight from the DH spot, but Fields can change that with one swing. Laughlin's pitch off the plate, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes to Zach Fields. Michael Muka, the right fielder, will be next. 6-11-1 for Derby, 6-10-0 for El Dorado. Bottom of the 12th inning. Laughlin, a long look, getting the ball set in his glove, and now the pitch, and a strike. Not even sure. I know Zach checked there, but it may have been a strike anyway. 2 balls, 1 strike to Zach Fields from Central Michigan University is Zach. Here's the pitch, and foul ball, 2-2. And everything we've seen to Zach Fields tonight, Avery, in his now second at bat, it seems to be away. Everything away. They don't want to go in and let him turn on one.
That's the key with him.
2 balls, 2 strikes. When you think of his home runs, all of them to left center or left field. And a swing and a miss, strike 3. So Michael Muka will come up. Muka 2 for 4 with a walk tonight. Michael scored 3 of the Broncos' 6 runs. If we get to the 13th inning, it'll be Swiney, Neville, and Orth, the bottom 3 for the Derby Twins. And the pitch is off the plate, ball 1. Michael Muka goes to Wichita State University. 1 ball, no strikes, and the pitch coming in, and Muka gets under it, skies it out to center field. That's where Jared Flax camps under it, and he'll make the catch to retire the Broncos quietly in the 12th. We head to the 13th inning. Derby 6, El Dorado 6. Back in a moment here on YouTube. And welcome back. We head to the 13th inning. Jacob Swiney will lead off. He came into the game in a tough spot, and he laid down a beautiful sacrifice bunt back in the 10th inning. Swinging here, and a ball into the hole. Oliver's got it, and a long throw. A great job by Stramp to come up. Base hit for Jacob Swiney as he hit that in a great spot between third and short. So the always dangerous leadoff batter is on. And now Colin Neville, who has really struggled with the stick tonight, you'd almost have to assume he's out there to lay down a bunt, Avery.
Yeah, I think you'd be dumb not to.
Neville grounded into a double play in the first inning, which again, you go way back to that first inning, 6 straight Derby Twins had reached. They'd scored 3 already, bases loaded, 1 out, and Neville hit into a 6-4-3, which was a huge play for the Broncos because they were on the verge of really getting knocked out in the first inning tonight. Neville already squaring around. Gulzo will throw it over to first base. Max Hogan creeping in at third. So if you're Neville, the ideal place to bunt this would be down the first base line.
Not a bad play there by Gulzo, though. That runner on first kind of leaning towards second, so good try.
Neville already squaring around. Parker ready to cover first. Here's the bunt attempt, and I'll tell you what, that goes foul. But Neville, you always hear hitting coaches say, you have to deaden the ball. Well, I don't know if you could do it any better than Neville did there. He did it so good that it kind of backed up into foul territory. So no balls and a strike. Of course, if you bunted too close in front of home, that gives Cameron Knight an option to go to second base and try to cut down Jacob Swiney. Neville from Central Missouri University, squaring around already. Gulzo comes home, and that bunt right back to Gulzo. But then there's that backspin, and it looked like Avery was going to maybe two-hop right to Gulzo, and he could turn and throw to second. But then it almost checked up like a golf shot there, and Gulzo just made the smart play and got Neville on it. But mission accomplished for Derby.
Yeah, they got a runner on second with 1 out, which is, I think, maybe the first. No, Derby had one earlier, but
in the 10th.
With 1 out, I think this is the first one on second. So we'll see if Derby can take advantage.
Austin Orth struck out in the 10th inning against Gulzo with Juan Rivera at third base. Now he's up with Jacob Swiney down at second and 1 away. And really for the Broncos, got to keep Orth in the infield or strike him out. Or any kind of hit here. Swiney seems to have pretty good speed down there at second base. Gulzo's ready, and here we go. Austin Orth, the catcher, swings and flies one out into the Derby bullpen. Muka gives it a run, but that's way out of his reach. Foul ball, strike 1. Orth from Fort Collins, Colorado, another player who goes to Yavapai Community College. Seen that a lot. No balls and a strike. We're in the top half of the 13th inning. Derby 6, El Dorado 6. And the pitch from Gulzo, laced to left field. That will score Swiney. Some trouble out in left field with it, Dylan Muka. Now he finally gets it. And a huge hit by Austin Orth. And the first run for Derby since back in the second inning. So, down to second base is Orth. They'll give him a double on the play. And it's Jared Flax at the dish. And the fastball high. Jared Flax lined out in the first, grounded out in the second, singled in the third and the sixth, flew out to center field in the 8th, and grounded out in the 11th inning. Add those up here for you. 7-6 Derby. And Gulzo, ball 2. 1 for 3, 2 for 4, 2 for 5, and 2 for 6 is Jared Flax, his 7th plate appearance. And here comes Chad Gerwick. And, I'm sure with Gulzo, Avery, he's had some frustrating events. He pitches so well, and a lot of times it's late in games. And I think back to that Wellington game where he went 6 innings, gave up a run in the 14th. He gets the loss. Series pitched very well, but a leadoff single by Swiney, an excellent sacrifice by Neville, and Orth with a base hit. And it all just kind of falls apart a little bit there for Chase Gulzo.
Yeah, the thing with Chase now is he really has to buckle down and make sure no one else scores. If you can keep it a 7-6 game, the Broncos can still get a run or even win it in the bottom of the, what are we on, 13th now. So, you just can't let 2-3 runs come across, or then it's going to really put it hard on the Broncos offense to try to put some runs together.
Knight, Stramp, and Oliver are due up for El Dorado in the bottom of the 13th inning. 7-6, Derby has broken through their first run since the second inning. They led at 1.6-1 here tonight. El Dorado with a run in the 6th and 2 in the 7th. Got it tied. We've been scoreless since the 7th inning. Until now, after Austin Orth's double, scored Jacob Swiney. First, the 2-0 pitch is a strike to Jared Flax. Tanner Cook on deck for the Twins. 7-6 Derby. Gulzo. Couple of looks out to Orth, and now the pitch in, and that's a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Chad Gerwick, kind of a calming factor, I think, there for Chase Gulzo, telling him, like I said, you're still in this game. You're only down 1. But if you let a crooked number get up there for Derby, it makes it awful difficult. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch, and that one's skied. Morgan Oliver takes a few steps back, a few more, and he'll bring it in. So 2 away, and Tanner Kirk steps up. Six at-bats tonight for Tanner Kirk. He's got 1 hit. 1 for 6 is Kirk with an RBI. And he has struck out his last 2 times at the dish. Kirk, the starting shortstop, waits for Gulzo and sawed him off. A ball out to Levi Parker at second base. He'll throw it over to Stramp to retire the side, but damage done. Austin Orth, the catcher who's worked so hard tonight for the Twins. He's caught 12 innings, and he came up with a huge RBI double to score Jacob Swiney. We head to the bottom of the 13th inning. Derby 7, El Dorado 6. Back in a moment on YouTube. So welcome back here to McDonald Stadium. And we got to send a shout out to our good friend who's normally on the PA. Bill Young is watching and listening, Avery.
How about that, Bill?
Good to have Bill. He said he had a wedding to go to tonight, so
I guess we'll excuse that.
And I
some
think
Broncos baseball.
Didn't Bill miss out on the 14-inning affair too? I think he did. I have to double check with him. I don't want to throw him under the bus here. He's missing the long game, so. We're in the bottom of the 13th inning. 7-6 Derby. And as thrilling and as you know, a momentum-building game this could be, Avery, for the Broncos with a win. On the flip side, it could be so crushing to come all the way back like they have, and they've got the guys they want out there, and to come up short again. I mean, it's just been. I think that could be crushing with another game tomorrow night with Wellington, and then Derby back here on Tuesday.
Yeah, like to see the Broncos get at least one run here and extend the game.
Lodgi Zotika, 6'1", 180 out of Wallace, Texas, plays at Abilene Christian, has come in. 6'1", 180. Sean Laughlin and A.J. Franks really did a number on the Broncos. Combined, they go 5 innings and allowed just 1 hit. Now Zotika, who during the warm-ups spiked several pitches in front of Austin Orth, who's got to be feeling like, what are you spiking pitches? I've caught 12 innings. I just hit the possible game-winning RBI double. Don't pepper me with the short ups.
Broncos need to be patient here.
It's Cameron Knight leading it off for El Dorado. Zotika's pitch, and boy, he can bring the gas, but that's a ball. Ball 2. And again, so important. Will sound like a broken record to get that leadoff guy on. Derby's done it twice in the extra innings, and it came back to haunt El Dorado in the 13th. 2 balls and no strikes.
Some more chatter coming from the Derby Twins dugout.
Notice the umpire kind of rear his head over there. 2-0. Bottom of the 13th. Cameron Knight. Is that another good night at the plate for the Broncos? And the pitch from Zotika, low, ball 3. Knight walked in the 2nd, singled in the 4th. He grounded out to short in the 6th, singled and scored RBI single in the 7th, tied the game, and then grounded out in the 10th inning. 3 balls and no strikes to Cameron Knight. Zotika is low, ball 4. And here comes Wade Stramp, who singled in his last at bat.
And now the Broncos hitters got to be patient at the plate, but also with as fast as, I'm not even going to attempt to say Zotika throws, it's not going to take much to get one in the outfield, maybe get one in the gap, and could potentially score Cameron Knight at first.
Stramp, what is he going to be asked to do here? Zotika brings it in there really good. Colin Neville, against a tough Chase Gulzo, laid down a beautiful sacrifice bunt in the top half of this inning. Third baseman Chase Rader in on the grass, or at least the green part of the turf. Long look by Zotika. Stramp squares, and that's in there for a strike. And again, you got to have pretty good courage. We saw Clayton Dalrymple go down scoring around. If you get your hand in the wrong spot and you got a guy really bringing it like Zotika does, boy, that ended pretty much the season for Dalrymple, who we have missed. No balls and a strike. Stramp squares, and again going inside. And Stramp says, I got hit by that. That was a weird sequence there. I don't know if he was selling, but they called it a ball. And, Zotika's doing what you're supposed to do. When guys square around, you throw it inside. But you could hit him. That's a dangerous play. And a pitch, Stramp. They're going to say he offered at that. Oh, boy, I thought he pulled it back. That was not an offer job. He did pull the bat back. And he didn't really bunt at the ball, Avery. He was, well, that's a tough call there. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes, and it's Wade Stramp. He had it out there, but he pulled it back as the ball was coming across the plate. he didn't offer at it. It really didn't look like it from here. Nonetheless, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Knight down at first, and the pitch. Stramp hits one out to center field, and a diving catch made. What a play by Jared Flax. Cameron Knight gets back to first. Boy, the center field play tonight for Derby has been excellent.
Man, if that ball, even if it just hits off his glove, there's runners at second and third with no out right now. Instead, a good diving catch from Flax.
And I was watching Dillard, Avery. He really wasn't moving. That ball was really slicing towards Dillard. It was Flax's play, but if Flax doesn't make the play, there was nobody backing it up.
And now Morgan Oliver.
Oliver is working on an 0 for 5 tonight. He could use a single. He's due. Tough luck for Wade Stramp. Boy, oh boy, he hit that well. Just needed a little more slice on that to get away from the athletic Jared Flax, who started tonight in right, moved over to center field when Eager got hurt. So 1 away in the bottom of the 13th. Morgan Oliver at the dish. And the pitch high, ball 1. Reaching first base was Cameron Knight with a walk. And again, he was so close. You know, Stramp unable to get a bunt down, which you hate to see. And then he tries to atone for that and, you know, just inches away from a tremendous hit. 7-6 Derby. Here's the 1-0, and Morgan Oliver fouls it off. And this is where you just need your teammates to pick you up. You need Morgan Oliver to come through. Levi Parker on deck.
There's a lot of room between the first and second baseman with Neville holding the runner on at first. So if Morgan can just poke one between there, be a pretty easy base hit.
And the way Zotika brings it, here's the pitch, another fastball. It's in there for a strike, 1 and 2. You'd almost think it might be the other way around. I'm sure Rivera's playing close to second, so he can maybe take a throw. But if anything, with as fast as Zotika's going to bring it, Oliver, you would expect, would maybe be more behind it, the pitch, than in front of it. You would almost think maybe the shortstop might be playing a little closer to second, but that's just our thoughts up here in the booth. Oliver just tapped it foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes, and this becomes a very big at bat for the Broncos and the Twins here. If Zotika can get rid of Oliver and have 2 outs, he breathes a little easier. If Oliver can come through with a hit, all of a sudden you got 2 on with 1 out.
2 totally different situations.
And this is Zotika's inning. There's no one down in the bullpen. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Zotika to Oliver. The pitch past the catcher. It ricochets back. Orth kind of got tripped up, I think, by the home plate umpire, but he was not going to have much luck. So Cameron Knight does get down to second base. Ladge Zotika really uncorked one there. So 2 balls and 2 strikes.
That really helps the Broncos now. Base hit. Ties this game again. Morgan Oliver put in a big situation here. 2 balls, 2 strikes on him.
Dillard and Flax look about even. Reddington playing a deep right field. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ladge Zotika deals, and Oliver swings and misses. Looked like a good pitch to hit. He gave it a good whack, but he came up empty. So 2 away. But again, the wild pitch changes everything because 2 out and a runner at first, a big difference with that, and 2 out and a runner at second. And Knight should be going on the crack of the bat. Levi Parker up. Dylan Dillard scoots in left field. Again, that's Parker. A lot of his hits go to left field. Here's the pitch from Zotika on the corner, strike 1. Well, there's been a lot of energy, a lot of emotions here tonight, arguing back and forth, mainly on the Derby side with the umpires. They've had a rough night with the crew. First base coach from Derby was ejected. But through it all, the Twins lead by 1, and they have a chance to win it if Zotika can get rid of Parker. And his pitch is just low, ball 1. The Broncos are a base hit away from tying this game and extending it, trying to get their 7th win in league play. They're 6-15 coming in. Bottom of the 13th inning, 7-6 Derby. And something just ran onto the field. Is that a bunny rabbit? That's a bunny rabbit from right field across center, now to left field. And vacating, oh, it went somewhere. I think we've lost the bunny rabbit and back to, well, I was watching the rabbit. We're back to play. And it's a ball, 2-1. How about that? Pretty good sprint job from right field all the way across the outfield by that rabbit.
At a major league park, you'd see the security
trying to chase
it.
2 balls and a strike to Levi Parker. Dylan Muka would be next, and the pitch low, ball 3. Zotika walked Knight. Stramp flew out on a tremendous catch by Flax. Morgan Oliver struck out. Parker up now with Muka on deck. 3 balls and a strike. In the last 5 2/3, just 1 hit for El Dorado. Parker hits one to left field, base hit. Rounding third, heading for home is Stramp, and he scores. Parker down to second base. And we're tied at 7. Levi Parker.
Can you say clutch hitting? Much needed for the Broncos here as he ties the game up 7-7.
And now Dylan Muka, a chance to win it. Each team scoring a run in the 13th inning. Dylan Muka looks at strike 1. Muka doubled in the first, singled in the third, walked in the 5th, flew out to left field in the 6th inning, a ground out to third in the 8th, and flew out to center in the 11th inning. And Muka got under this one, out to Dillard or Kirk. It'll be Dillard to bring it in, and we continue on from McDonald Stadium. Levi Parker with the 2-out single, RBI single to tie this game.
How about that wild pitch?
Big, wasn't it? So the Broncos take advantage of that little glimmer of light provided by Ladke Zotika. 7-7. We're heading to the 14th inning. You're watching and listening to Bronco Baseball here on YouTube. Well, we head to the 14th inning. We've done this before, although in that game with Wellington, it was one of those games that if it would have ended in 9, we would have been done like around 9. It was just a pitcher's festival. Tonight we've had long innings, we've had quick innings, and we've had each team score in the 13th inning. We head to the 14th, tied up at 7. New pitcher for the Broncos is Greg Hauser. And Avery, I know he has family watching and listening as we hand it over to you.
Yes, he does. Coming up for the Twins here, Reddington, Dillard, and Rader. As Hauser throws a pitch high and outside. Cameron Knight just wants to talk to him, make sure he's not too excited here for this 14th inning. I know Levi Parker providing some late night drama here at McDonald Stadium, and the game continues here as we are tied at 7 in the top of the 14th inning. 1-0 pitch to Ty Reddington. Left-handed pitching Greg Hauser as he bunts one out of play. One ball, one strike. The pitch. Low and inside, 2-1.
Hauser with a 2.45 ERA coming into this game, Avery. 13th appearance.
Next pitch inside, 3-1.
He's allowed 14 hits, 11 runs, 7 walks, 16 strikeouts.
3 balls and 1 strikes to Ty Reddington. You got to make sure and try not to let this leadoff batter on. 3-1 pitch. Fouled off the back screen. Brings the count full at 3-2.
Yeah, the walks just always seem to haunt you. And that Wade Stramp, Cameron Knight, I should say, scored the tying run. He got on base by a leadoff walk in the bottom of the 13th inning.
3-2 pitch from Greg Hauser. Swung on and missed. Strikeout for Hauser and 1 down.
And I think, Avery, when I called the bottom of the 13th inning, I think I said Stramp scores, and I'm sure the Knights who I know are watching are saying, no, it was my son. Yeah, it was Cameron Knight who scored. I got a little excited and a little ahead of myself and had Stramp scoring.
1 down, and Dylan Dillard. Pitch inside, 1-0. If you're joining us late, Dylan Dillard, what is that, the golden sombrero where you strike out 4th? What is it whenever you get hit by 4 pitches?
I don't know.
Well, he has, whatever it would be.
The golden bruise.
And he is hit once again.
That's amazing.
But, I mean, to a point, if a batter is being hit 5 times, that's not a pitching thing. Would you say so? I mean, isn't that something that the batter's doing if he's getting hit 5 times in a game?
I just think he's not giving up the inside part of the plate. And with Azal and Hauser and Bowman and Weiler, they all want to pitch on the inside, and they just keep going on the inside there, and that one just barely grazed him.
A pretty good lead on first from Dillard as the pitch from Hauser is inside. 1-0. Hopefully that hit by pitch doesn't come back to haunt the Broncos with Chase Rader up to bat.
But you see, I mean, all these Twins, they get up there and they are guarding that inside part of the plate. They are not giving it up.
1 ball and 1 strike now after that foul as we just hit the 4-hour mark in this game, Kurt.
And, well, you can't say later today, but another home game coming up here at 7 o'clock tomorrow night.
Who knows? We could get to that point. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the top of the 14th. The pitch from Hauser is fouled, and it hit off the hand of Cameron Knight. He comes up in a little bit of pain.
Schmitz has already started as a DH, and he's been taken out in favor of Zach Fields, so I'm not sure what else on the bench, if anyone else could come in and catch. Cameron's going to have to just kind of shake that one off. But, this actually wouldn't be a bad time you'd think maybe to steal, because it looked like that went off his hand.
We'll see if Dillard does here. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Good lead at first.
He's going. A hit and run is on, or at least a good job of it. And first and third for the Twins with 1 out.
Well, and that's where I think Hauser's got to look over at Dillard. He had a good lead, and when you're a left-handed pitcher, one of the advantages you have is keeping runners close and to let them have that big lead. And, you know, it didn't take much there by Rader. He really got sawed off, but he hit in a perfect spot right over Wade Stramp at first base. And now first and third and one out. And Chad Gerwick's going to try to get everyone on the same page now and figure out what you do. Do you play the corners in and the middle infielders for a double play? Do you play everybody in? Do you guard against a suicide squeeze bunt? There's so many things to talk about in a very short amount of time.
Yeah. I would almost be very tempted, the way the season's going, almost walking Juan Rivera, bringing up Jacob Swiney, and maybe going from there. It's one of those situations that doesn't happen too often, but when it does, it really could cause some headaches.
And Rivera, now we don't know Derby that well, but just watching Rivera, he's got a couple of singles tonight. He's got a walk. He knows his strike zone. He handles the bat really well. He gets down the line well. He's going to be a tough guy to double up. So I see what you're talking about there, because this guy, the only downside for Derby with Rivera being a left-handed batter, it's tough to do a suicide squeeze with him on in the left-hander batter's box.
Big spot here. Top of the 14th. Juan Rivera, the batter. And a hit to first. And Stramp touches the base, as that was Rader who was taking second. But a great play from Stramp there. Got the ball, looked down the runner at third, stepped on first, and now one out. And the Broncos would be out of this.
David Albritton, I just watched the head coach for Derby. I don't think he wanted Rivera to swing at that one. He wanted to get the runners at second and third, then go to work. And so that really didn't help him. And now the Broncos issue the intentional pass, and at this level, you just say, we want an intentional walk. You don't have to throw the 4 pitches. So now the base is loaded, but there's 2 out. And a big spot here for Colin Neville.
No balls, no strikes, 2 outs. The pitch in the dirt, 1-0. And if you would be watching this was the majors, you'd be seeing this on Quick Pitch tomorrow. This would be Who Kept Their Cool.
Yeah, it would.
1 ball, no strikes, 2 outs. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with that show, but
I am.
1-0 pitch from Hauser, and it almost hits him.
How did it not?
That ball looked like it was headed right for Neville there, and he was even mad he couldn't take that.
That's where you don't mind getting hit.
Yeah.
Hauser's really got to bear down here. It'll be 2-0.
Yep. 2 balls, no strike. The pitch. It's in there for strike 1. Yeah, you do not. In a game like this, you really don't want to give a free run away.
Yeah, make them earn it.
In any game for that matter, but in such a tight, close game, you don't want to see that. 2-1 pitch. Another good pitch from Hauser. He evens the count at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The crowd getting behind the pitcher here. Base is loaded in the top of the 14th. Can the Broncos get out of this little jam here? 2-2 pitch. Swung, and he struck out, and it hits. It looked like it might have hit a twin. The bat went flying, just straight flying out of Neville's hands right into the dugout of the Twins.
I saw a player down on the ground, but I think maybe they were acting it up a little bit.
I think he was trying to get out of the way, and that's just where he ended.
What a pitch by Hauser.
But, yeah, nevertheless, how about the job from Hauser there? Down 2-0 in the count with the bases loaded, throws 3 straight strikes, gets the Broncos out of it. We head to the bottom of the 14th, still tied at 7. The Broncos try to win it. More El Dorado Bronco baseball coming up. So the Broncos get out of a mess in the top of the 14th.
I think Mess is putting it really lightly too, Avery. It was just with a Dillard getting hit for the 5th time and then a single. Really, the big play, I think, was Rivera grounding out to Stramp, who made a great play. But if Rivera just lets the runner steal, the Broncos probably aren't going to throw down. Now you got 2nd and 3rd with 1 out, and that's what David Albritton wanted. And instead, Rivera grounded out.
And now the Broncos come up to bat here in the bottom of the 14th, all squared at 7. After Derby put a run up in the 13th, but the Broncos respond. Get a run of their own as Sam Lane is down in the count 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch up high, 1-2. One-two pitch, fouled. Keeps the count at 1-2.
Well, one of those nights you hope that Doug Bell has plenty of baseballs because they've gone through a lot of them tonight. Here we are in the 14th inning.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Pitch, low, 2-2. And excuse me, I still haven't said the Derby Twins' new pitcher is Gus Strunk from Fort Hays State University. And Lane strikes out. That'll bring up Max Hogan. First pitch hit to the first baseman. He'll take it himself. That is Colin Neville. 2 down. And now, Zach Fields. Who could end it with 1 pitch. He has that potential. First pitch to him. Missed. 0-1.
Seems to be really pulling off the ball, too. You just don't see a good fluent swing from Zach. He has not had a good night swinging the bat so far.
0-1 pitch. Outside. 1-1. One ball, 1 strike. Pitch. Low. 2-1. Two balls and a strike to Zach Fields. 2-1 pitch. He checked his swing, but he went 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 14th. 7-7. 2-2 pitch. And Fields not a good at bat. Really didn't get good swings those last 2 strikes. And we head to the 15th. Broncos 7, Twins 7. More extra inning baseball coming up here from McDonald Stadium. New Bronco pitcher into the game is Joe Kennedy. He will be pitching against Austin Orth, Jared Flax, and Tanner Kirk. Seven to 7, top of the 15th. First pitch to Orth is hit in between the shortstop and third baseman for a base hit. It's just the way the Twins wanted to start this inning, and now Jared Flax.
Looks like they're going to get a pinch runner for Austin Orth. He's caught 14 innings, Avery, and back-to-back singles, so he's going to check out for a pinch runner here. 27 or 24?
Oh, there's no 27. I don't see on the roster. So number 27 is on first. I don't see one at least.
Almager, Tyler Almager, who's number 30 in our program, is running.
Kennedy really not wanting him to go anywhere. Thrown over to first twice already with Jared Flax, the batter. First pitch in there. Ball one. 1 ball, no strikes to Jared Flax. Kennedy back over to first. Not in time.
Not much of a lead over there for Almager. Just about a step or two.
That's
a very conservative lead. Now he's getting off there a little bit, but
1-0 pitch. Hit to Oliver, the shortstop. Now over to Parker. Fires one over to first. So they get the lead runner at second. Not in time to get Flax at first, but a good job there. Flax now on first.
Just not hit hard enough there. Oliver did as good as he could to quickly get it to Parker, who really had a quick exchange. But Flax runs well, and that ball not hit that hard. So the Broncos take care of the leadoff runner there, and now there's one away.
Of course, the Heat would love, or I keep saying the Heat, the Twins would love to have, we see the Heat. The Twins would love to have a runner on second, but Flax over on first is almost picked off. But you'd probably rather, if you're a Twin fan, you'd probably rather see Flax on first. A little bit more speed.
Maybe a little more experience, too. Almager's a pitcher on the roster here.
Kennedy's pitch to Tanner Kirk, low, 1-0. These extra innings are getting to me.
Been a long night of baseball. Exciting night. A lot of drama.
1 ball, no strike to Kirk. Next pitch, also low, 2-0.
3.57 ERA for Joe Kennedy in 17 innings. He has appeared 13 times. This is his 14th appearance of the season.
Back over to first. Not in time.
How about Wade Stramp, the job he's done at first base? We haven't seen him at first base. We haven't seen him a whole lot this year. He's done a good job over there.
2-0 pitch. Ball's hit deep to left field. Under it. It's a fair ball. And I don't know who is that out there in left field. It's Dylan Muka. Wow. He's saying it went foul. That's why he let up, I think. Umpire says fair ball.
I think he touched it in fair territory. He ended up in foul territory, but he overran the ball, Avery, and that ball just was hit a mile high, and you said, belted, but it really kind of hung up in the air tonight and just hung out there, and he overran it. So that'll be an error, a huge error on Dylan Muka. And again, now the Broncos have to sweat it out here with Ty Reddington up and the runners at second and third and 1 out. You make that catch, you got 2 outs with runner on first, instead an error, and you got second and third and 1 out.
So Kennedy and Knight will talk it over at the pitcher's mound. But as Kurt said, the infield now playing in for the Broncos as expected, with runners on second and third.
Reddington entered the game for Eager in the 7th inning. He has struck out twice and been hit by a pitch.
So the first pitch from Kennedy, behind Reddington. But how about a pretty good catch there from Cameron Knight? If that gets past him, a run would probably have scored. 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch, hit to Oliver, and shortstop throws it home, and they got the runner at home. Cameron Knight maybe got his foot stepped on or something. He appears to be limping. What a play from Morgan Oliver. Ranges in the hole, backhanded stop. The throw to Oliver, or the throw to Knight on line to tag out Jared Flax.
Unbelievable plays on both ends, Avery. And I was a little surprised that Flax, the runner, not going on contact. I mean, and you're at the part of the game where you almost think on contact. He waited to see, and Hogan didn't field it. And then he started going, and Oliver actually double clutched even on the throw, but then threw a strike. And how about Cameron Knight on the other end? To hold his ground, bang, bang play at home. He gets the tag, gets slid onto a little bit, holds everything, holds the ball, and gets the out. And now you got Mr. Hit by Pitch, Dylan Dillard up.
But can't let up your guard here, though. Still runners on first and second with 2 outs and Dylan Dillard up.
And Kirk didn't advance on the play, which is really interesting that he wasn't going.
Hopefully the Broncos can take advantage of a couple of these base running errors.
That's a huge mistake there.
1 ball and 1 strike to Dylan Dillard. Can the Broncos get out of a jam yet again here in extras? A pitch. In there, 1 and 2 to Dillard.
There's another curveball. It was headed right for Dillard, but he is not going to turn and run and get out of the way. And then that ball curved and broke across the plate. But he stands his ground. I give him a lot of credit for doing that because that was something I could never do.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch from Kennedy almost hit him. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Dillard's not a huge guy, Avery, but he looks like he's a tough competitor up there.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 men on. Top of the 15th inning. The pitch is swung on and missed. And the Broncos do it again. We head to the bottom of the 15th. Twins 7, Broncos 7. More exciting Bronco baseball coming up. Can the Broncos put one across and win this game? More baseball coming up here from McDonald Stadium. The Twins and Broncos just tied at 7, deadlocked here in extra innings. But I think we have a new pitcher.
That's still Gus Drunk out there.
Yep. The umpire was indicating there was a new player in. I didn't know which one. Michael Muka batting for the Broncos. First pitch from Strunk, low, 1-0.
What he was telling you is that Brian Choi, Austin Orth was pinch ran for, so Brian Choi is now the new catcher for the Twins.
Next pitch, low, 2-0. Two balls, no strikes. Next pitch is missed from Muka, 2-1. 2-1 pitch from Strunk. Doesn't get the outside call. 3-1. Three-one pitch. Fouled off by Muka.
I think Michael smelled a good fastball coming in there and fouled it off, and now we got a full count.
Next pitch, low. And Michael Muka on base with a walk, and that's a lot of the times how runs end up scoring late in the game is from walks.
Cameron Knight walked to lead off the 13th, eventually came around to score, and it's Mr. Cameron Knight who comes up to the plate now here in the 15th. I would appreciate a Bronco win here because I'm out of room on my score sheet after this. I'd have to start a whole new sheet.
No balls, no strikes. A bunt is down. And they will get Cameron Knight. But that'll advance Michael Muka. And speaking of Michael Muka, real quick, Kurt, I know we're getting later into this game. Mike Muka commented on this video. Thanks for keeping me up to date. Flying into Washington, D.C., listening from 30,000 feet in the air. How about that?
That's awesome.
Michael Muka, I take it your son is on second right now. He is the game-winning run.
Intentional walk to Stramp, Avery.
So an intentional walk.
Oh, we're glad you're enjoying the video and the audio, and we're happy to bring it to you. And
it's one late plane.
That is a late plane. Yeah. But tell me, you wouldn't like watching baseball, watching someone you know while you're on the airplane. That'd be all right. Make the trip go even better.
So now Morgan Oliver.
He struggled, Avery, but he leads the team in RBIs.
One down, men on first and second. Morgan Oliver, the batter. Pitch. Inside, 1-0.
Derby playing for a double play to get out of this inning. Morgan Oliver has hit into a double play tonight.
One ball, no strikes. Gus Strunk, the right-handed pitcher. Morgan Oliver, the right-handed batter. The pitch is hit to second base. Had some weird spin on it. They'll throw Oliver out at first. But Oliver advances the runners. So Levi Parker, the hero in the bottom of the 14th. Can he be the hero again here in the bottom of the 15th? He had a single to extend this game, and there was an RBI single down the left field line. He'll try to do it again. Right now the runner on second, really irrelevant other than maybe, I guess they could maybe tag him or something, but so Levi Parker up to bat. Runners on second and third. Strunk's pitch in there, 0-1.
Huge for Gus Strunk to get in front. He's fallen behind the last couple of hitters. He jumps out in front here on Levi Parker. All he has to find is one hole, Avery. Even a bunt down third. Look how back Seager or Rader is at third.
No balls, one strike. The pitch inside, 1-1.
Middle infielders doing what you're taught to do, backing up that throw from catcher to pitcher. You got a new catcher out there. They don't want any throw to go over the pitcher's head and give El Dorado a cheap win.
One ball, one strike to Levi Parker. The pitch is missed by Parker. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Michael Muka on third. Wade Stramp on second. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Levi Parker, the batter, and Strunk steps off the rubber. Can Parker do it again?
Center field, Jared Flax playing way in. There's not a ton of room. You look at the outfielders, maybe they're playing short. They just don't have much respect for Parker, who's a slap hitter. Most of his hits, the majority of hits go towards third base, shortstop, left field. And they shade him that way. First base playing way back. With 2 strikes would be awful risky, but I was thinking maybe even a drag bunt might be something to catch him by surprise, but not with 2 strikes.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch is fouled off by Parker.
Like a half swing there by Parker.
Just trying to extend this at bat.
Which is what he did back in the 13th inning. He fought and then just flipped one over third baseman's head to score Cameron Knight to keep this game going.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch hit to Neville at first. He grabs it, touches first. And Kurt, we are headed to the 16th inning.
Unbelievable.
4.5 hours later, still tied at 7. Broncos and Twins, more extra inning baseball coming up here on YouTube. Kurt, the Broncos and the Twins still tied at 7. I didn't think we'd get to this point, but here we go, 16th and 17th inning.
Yeah, I have to agree. I didn't expect that we'd get this far, but here we are. The top of the 16th inning. And Chase Rader leads off against Joe Kennedy. Rader singled in his last at bat in the 14th inning. Rader, the third baseman. And he whistles one to first base. What a catch by Wade Stramp. Terrific catch by Stramp at first base. As Rader hit that well. So that brings up Juan Rivera. 1 away in the 16th inning. And the first pitch from Kennedy is in there for a strike. Joe in his second inning of relief work. The Broncos have thrown Bowman, Weiler, Azell, Gulzo, Hauser, and Kennedy. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Twins have thrown Sagendorf, Shane, Franks, Laughlin, Zotika, and Strunk. Kennedy's 1-1 pitch, low, ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. 7-7, top of the 16th inning. And the pitch, Kennedy inside, ball 3. Jacob Swiney will be next. Derby scored 3 runs in the first, 3 more in the second. They didn't score again until the 13th inning. Kennedy walks Rivera. So here comes Swiney. Swiney came in the 10th inning to sacrifice bunt, which he did very well. He singled in the 13th, and he was intentionally walked in the 14th. And he'll look at strike one here in the 16th. Jacob Swinney from Ocean Springs, Mississippi. Plays his college ball at Delta State, 6 foot, 200-pounder, outfielder. Bats right and throws right. He came in for the designated hitter, Grosvenor, so he's not in the field as he looks at ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Broncos scored 1 in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the 6th, then 2 in the 7th, and then 1 in the 13th. Kennedy's pitch swung and missed by Swinney. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Colin Neville waits on deck. Joe Kennedy in his 2nd inning of work. Broncos have to take on Wellington tomorrow night, and they're going to have a pitching staff that's going to be a bit depleted. Whoever starts tomorrow night for El Dorado, boy, you just hope if you're a Bronco fan that they give Coach Chad Gerwick good innings, because the starters the last couple nights have not given him much mileage. Kennedy's pitch. Swinney belts it out to left field. The runner was running. It was Rivera. Muka fields it and catches it out in left field. And returning is Rivera for the 2nd out. Coach Albritton is not afraid to get runners in motion. And it has worked for him at times, and it's worked against him at times, which is what happens. So Colin Neville comes up. He is 0 for 5 tonight with a walk and a sacrifice bunt. It was Neville's sacrifice bunt that got Swinney to second base, and he would later score on Austin Orth's double. Kennedy over to first base, and a wild throw. Rivera round second, on his way to third, and El Dorado gets it into Oliver. But a huge throwing error there by Kennedy. And Avery's talked about it several times. Just, boy, you hate to be too risky, especially with 2 outs and a runner on first. Really no reason to go too nuts with a crazy throw over to first. You don't need to pick that guy off, even if he steals second. Second base with 2 outs isn't the end of the world. But now at third, now Kennedy cannot afford to throw anything wild. And Neville, all he has to do is get some kind of single. 1 ball, no strikes, and Neville swings and misses. Neville grounded into that big double play back in the 1st inning. Struck out in the 5th, grounded out to the pitcher in the 8th, to second in the 10th. And Kennedy's pitch outside. To finish up on Neville, they had that sacrifice in the 13th. He struck out with the bases loaded in the 14th inning. So he's had some marvelous opportunities. He's come up twice with the bases loaded. Struck out once, grounded into a double play the other time. He's way ahead here now, 3 balls and a strike. But if you're Kennedy, you don't have to give in here. First base is open. There's 2 away here in the 16th inning. And Brian Choi, who has not batted yet tonight, is in the on-deck circle. Kennedy's pitch, Neville fouls it off. And it's 3-2. Kennedy, not a huge strikeout pitcher, just 6 strikeouts in 17 innings of work. So that's not his bread and butter. He puts it around the plate. Fielder's got to be ready to field now. Rivera over at third after the error. And Kennedy's pitch off speed, and Neville strikes out again. Tough night for Colin Neville. So we go to the bottom of the 16th inning. Our score, 7-7. You're listening and watching to Bronco Baseball here on YouTube. We head to the bottom of the 16th inning. Dylan Muka leads it off, top of the order for El Dorado. And you're almost at the point, Avery. I mean, I don't know how many more relief pitchers both coaches want to go to here tonight. Of course, El Dorado plays tomorrow night. You're going to be pretty taxed there. You just got to find a way to scratch across a run somehow. Is it going to be a big error? The Broncos have survived a couple of errors. And Derby's had the best chances here in the extra innings. They just haven't been able to cash in.
Yeah, there's been some things that the Broncos have done that really could have lost them the game, but instead they're still in this.
Gus Strunk in for his third inning of work, and he's way ahead, 0-2 on Dylan Muka. Leadoff batter, Dylan Muka from Southern Illinois, and pitch just high. Well, I'll tell you what, these Derby Twins pitchers, for the most part, when they get up 0-2, they throw pitches. They don't throw a lot of waste pitches. They throw them close to the zone. 1-2, and Muka swings and misses. They'll have to retire him at first base, and they do for the first out. So here comes Sam Lane. Sam Lane has an 0-for-7 night going, and he hit into a double play. It's just not been a good night at the dish for Lane. But again, you can change that around here. And Lane drives one to left center field, and boy, the outfielders were on their heels. Lane past first base, on his way to second. Lane on his way to third base, and the play at third, safe. A triple for Sam Lane. It just takes one, Avery, and Sam Lane, I was just moping about his 0-for-7, and he drilled one to left center field, and the outfielders just looked a little sluggish there. Was surprised that one was finally hit out there. It's been a while.
Man, he was on his horse there, getting all the way to third, lost his helmet in between first and second, and how about that hustle from Sam Lane? Found a pitch right in his strike zone, and he belted it. And now the Broncos are the ones that find themselves with a chance to win the game here.
Best hit ball that Lane hit before that was the one in the 7th inning that Eager ran down out in center field. So now what does Derby want to do? Max Hogan up, one away, winning run down at third base. They'll play the infield in. Max Hogan can win it. Ground ball to the pitcher, and they can't advance him. And boy, nothing, if Sam Lane goes there, he's just a sitting duck. And so Hogan grounds out 1-3. Now you need Zach Fields to come through. Usually you're looking for the long ball from Fields. Here you just need some contact to hit. Fields, since he came in for Jonathan Schmidt, struck out in the 9th, struck out in the 12th, and struck out in the 14th. Just needs one. Zach Fields with Sam Lane down at third. Well, I like the Broncos' chances there with Max Hogan, Avery. He has been swinging a good bat, but he just maybe a little over-anxious there, lightly tapping out to Strunk at pitcher's mound.
If it gets past the pitcher, Lane could have got home, but a good pick from Strunk.
1 ball and no strikes, and 2-0, and Brian Choi fresh off the bench. And he does a good job of sliding his feet over to block that ball. Sam Lane with good speed can score on anything that gets past Choi. 2-0 to Fields. Strunk's pitch outside, ball 3. And they may not deal with Zach Fields here. I don't know if you just want to serve up a dead red ball here. 3-0. Michael Muka would be next here for El Dorado. Sam Lane at third with 2 outs in the bottom of the 16th. And the pitch, low. Fields with a walk.
And how about this, Kurt? Michael Muka stepping up to the plate. His dad just commenting and said 1 hit from Michael Muka would make this a great flight. If you missed it earlier, he's on his way to Washington, D.C., listening from high up above the clouds tonight. And his son having a chance to win the game here for the Broncos.
Michael Muka, he has scored 3 times tonight. Now he needs to drive one in. 2 away, and the pitch inside, ball 1, and good patience there from Michael. Walked in the 2nd, lined out in the 4th, single and scored in the 6th, tripled in a run and scored later in the 7th. He walked in the 15th. Muka looks at strike 1, but again, good patience, Avery. You don't have to go up there swinging right away. Let Strunk put some pressure on him. Who knows? He may spike one and allow Sam Lane to score. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, home half of the 16th. And the pitch, low, 2-1. Fields he doesn't want anything silly over there. In fact, not even being held on. 2 balls and a strike. The pitch from Strunk. Muka hits it into center field. Game winner, Michael Muka. And his dad is going to be celebrating on the plane. They're going to wonder what he's doing.
A 16th inning walk-off win, and Michael Muka does it for the Broncos. And how about Sam Lane? That triple, huge in getting the Broncos this victory, and they win it 8-7, just 4 hours and 45 minutes after first pitch.
How about that? So everything happy. Finally, a close win for these Broncos. They've been so desperate for one. A come-from-behind win. They were down 6-1 after an inning and a half. It took 16 innings, but the Broncos win it. And Michael Muka, the hero, as he scored 3 times, he drove in 2 runs tonight for the Broncos. As Avery mentioned, time of the game, 4 hours and 45 minutes. Winning pitcher, Joe Kennedy. Losing pitcher is Gus Strunk. The Broncos get their 7th win in league play. We're back on the air at 7 p.m. on Monday night. Wellington at El Dorado. Any final thoughts, Avery?
That was a great game. 8-7, 4 hours and 45 minutes later, the Broncos win it, and they're looking forward to the Wellington Heat moving on to tomorrow with some momentum.
It certainly feels good to win a game like this with first place Wellington coming in. So, for Avery Osen, Kurt Caden, hope you enjoyed tonight's broadcast. Thanks so much for listening. We'll have it again for you tomorrow night right here on YouTube. Thanks for listening, everybody.